Would you all please rise? And Selectman McCardle, if you'd lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. This is our second Board of Selectmen meeting in 2 days. Yesterday we discussed the budget, and today we are going to vote on the budget. We have a number of items that have been brought up during the Board of Selectmen discussions, as well as a list of items that the Selectmen ourselves have brought up. The vote on the budget will include the full town budget, the Board of Education, and the WPCA, and also include all revenue items. We briefly discussed an administrative matter of, do we want to move the vote on the registrar's salary up? We can take care of the stipend issue when we discuss the budget.
Yes.
Fine with that.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Then if I can have a motion to move the review and approval of the registrars of voters' salaries, which is item number 4, to be taken up next and out of order.
I'll do that.
And can I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So the item before us is the registrar of voters' salary history. For those of you here, there is a one sheet of backup that reviews the history of the registrar of voter items, both salary and a seasonal stipend, covering 2003, 2005 as part of our backup. Though the item before us technically right now is the salary item and not the stipend, because the stipend is included in the line items within the registrar of voters office and within their budget. Any discussion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do we need to take the salary adjustment for the year up today, or can we have that conversation later on?
It would be my understanding that we have two options. We can take it up today and have it included as the budget, in the budget as it moves forward. We can also, as we do with the other department heads, hold off that discussion till later in the fiscal year, perhaps as late as June, but it would be our discretion. And just whatever adjustment, have that taken out of contingency that's already included in the budget. So we wouldn't be changing the total amount of the budget, we'd merely be adjusting the contingency amount to cover any increase in the registrar of voters. So we have complete flexibility, as I would understand it, to do that.
So that would be my recommendation. We can address, I guess, the stipend portion, because that's going to go forward in the budget today. And then I'd like to look at that, because I want to look at a salary scale from other towns and make sure I do the comparison. This was sort of new to me yesterday, and I haven't had a time to sit down and really dig into it with the register of voters to find out where they're at and compare it to other towns. My thought process being, we can address some of it today, and then at a meeting, within a month or so, we can address it moving forward. The number, my guess, if there is going to be an increase, would be small enough that contingency could easily absorb what we do if we do something.
Is that a motion to move it to the first Board of Selectmen meeting in June?
Yes.
All right.
I'll
Is there a
second
second
that.
for that?
Yes.
Any further discussion on postponing this item to a date certain being the first Board of Selectmen meeting in June?
No.
All right. Are ready to vote?
Yes.
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. And as you pointed out, we can come back to the stipend item when we're discussing the registrar of voters budget, because that is in another line item in the budget. All right. So next up, this is for approval of the fiscal 2016-2017 budget, including all town departments and Board of Education and Water Pollution Control Authority, and including all associated revenues. Actually, let me rephrase that. Let's take the motion I read, approval of the fiscal year 2016-2017 budget, including all town departments and Board of Ed and the Water Pollution Control Authority. May I have a motion to put that before us?
Make a motion?
I'll
A second?
I'll second it.
If I could, I'd like to amend that just to be clear that it also includes all associated revenues. Those revenues are included in the town budget book as they traditionally are. So I would ask that we amend that at the end to say, including all associated revenues. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, any further discussion on that?
No.
Jen, if you could make that amendment clear? Are we ready to vote on that?
Yes.
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. So that item as amended stands before us. We have a couple ways to do this. We can go through the budget book one department at a time, which is traditionally what we have done. However, as Selectman Timniak pointed out, we do have a list of adjustments from the Finance Department covering a number of the discussion points that came up during the Board of Finance hearing, and there might be some additional ones we add in as we go through. So it was suggested that we start with this list, include as many of the other adjustments as we can, and if we have to, we can come back to specific departments.
Okay.
Is that okay?
I'm okay with
All
that.
right, somewhat, the key part is that at some point we come back and vote on the total budget with the adjusted expense numbers, with any adjusted revenue numbers for both the town, Board of Ed, and WPCA.
Okay with that.
Jen, if you could just make sure we come back to that final vote to make sure we include everything?
Yes.
Very good. All right, as we walked through yesterday, we're going to start first with general fund revenue. And what we'll do is, it's your call. Do you want to walk through all these, or do we want to vote on them one at a time as we go through?
I think we should vote on them and just move on to the next one.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good. Is that okay with you, Lori?
Yeah, we already went through
But I'm
this.
going to add in stuff as we hit each department.
Right, we're just going to, but we're going to vote on each one of these at a time. You can add anything, we can vote on that at the
Sure.
time we're at that department.
Perfect.
All right, from the top then, rental income for Fairfield Theater Company, that's object 42512. The original budget had $60,000. That is proposed to be amended upward to $64,000. And this is based on new information from the theater company. May I have a motion to accept?
I'll make a motion.
Second?
I'll second it.
All right, any further discussion on that?
No.
No.
All right. Any discussion from the public? Any comments? Thank you.
I thought there was no public discussion.
Oh, that's right, we're not. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. All in favor of that adjustment?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. That's done. Next up, finance miscellaneous, item object 42363. That was in at $9,899. That was that high due to a one-time Sandy Hook skew, which grant that skewed the average. The trailing three-year average is really $250. So we would be making the adjustment that would reduce that by $9,649. May I have a motion to accept?
Make a motion?
A
I'll
second?
second
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'd like to make a motion
Okay,
on revenue.
go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to add $200,000 to line item 42312, the conveyance tax. I'd like to increase the amount we're projecting to collect from $1.6 million to $1.8 million. My rationale on that is historically trending shows that this item comes in over the anticipated revenue projections we put out in the revenue line every year. I've checked with the town clerk, and she's comfortable making this budget adjustment to $200,000 based on this year's actuals and the current real estate market, the climate. So again, our recommendation and the motion on the table is to increase this line item by $200,000.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right. Just for clarity, is town clerk here?
She was.
She was.
Somebody?
Tom?
Do we need to point out again, there's no public comment, be it automated or otherwise?
Sounds like Tom's listening to Rush Limbaugh in the back.
All right. Do we have any revised emails back from the town clerk saying that she's comfortable with that or would project that? Because
I spoke to her before this meeting even started, just confirming that with her again, so I'm comfortable with that.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. That makes that unanimous. Any further revenue items before we move on to expenses?
No.
I don't, no.
Okay. All right, next up, Registrar of Voters. Part-time payroll, that item is the salary line, and that's the item we agreed to postpone till discussed later. However, is a question on the stipend that's involved, and I believe as we discussed yesterday, that's new to all three of us. If it sounds okay to you, I noticed Roger's here, I don't know if Matt's here.
Matt would have to go out to the hallway.
That's it. Okay. But I think it would be good if we heard from Roger and Matt when he's back as
Sure.
to what the stipend is, what it's for, and when it was instituted, and what the rationale was.
Okay.
So, Roger, if you'd come up and fill us in a bit.
All right. The stipend has been a sort of a traditional thing in the registrar's office for quite some time. It's been raised certain times as in the budget, and I don't know if you have any questions. We're here to, answer them.
Well, I think the first question that came up yesterday was just, given there's a salary, what specific duties does the stipend cover?
That has always been sort of the overtime, since we are part-time legally, or whatever you want to call it. We're paid part-time, so we don't get benefits, we don't get overtime, we don't get anything other than a salary or a paycheck every 2 weeks. That's sort of the base salary, and the stipend is for elections and primaries where we're required to do hours on Saturdays, do voting lists that we may have to come in on a Sunday to get it done. It's that extra hour work, and also being at the elections for...
Excuse me just a minute. Guys, if I could ask us to have one conversation, please? Sorry.
So that's what it is. It's all that extra work we have to do during elections. Some of it's mandated, some of it's just required because there's no other time to do that type of stuff. It can't be done during regular office hours, not this size town.
Yeah.
Maybe a general way of putting it is that while we're on the books as 20 hours a week employees, in the 6 to 8 weeks leading up to an election, it's really a 60 to 80 hour a week job. We're training poll workers every night of the week. We're coming in at all hours. So it's a reflection of that. And one of the things that you see if you look around at budgets around the state, a number of towns divide voter registration and election administration into two separate budgets. And that's where you see this concept of the stipend come up. If you read the CCM salary survey, for example, they'll speak of what the registrar's stipend is to operate elections. It used to be, and we looked back at our old files, and I think you have a little bit longer history, that there was a separate stipend for primaries and elections. Since Roger and I have started, it's just been once per year for elections to reflect the extra work that goes in at that time.
Yeah, actually, I think you were sent a copy of the sheet. The sheet we have shows, goes back to 2003. However, it doesn't have any stipend information prior to 2009.
That's because it was never broken out. It was in that seasonal budget used to be one big mass, and everything used to get grabbed out of that.
Yeah. Linda, what page is the Registrar of Voters budget on, so we can get that in front of us? Sorry, guys, I'm just trying to clarify a few things before we
Page
take over. That's
90.
okay. Page 90?
That's where you'll see the seasonal line.
Okay, so where is this item within your department budget? Is that,
It was down here. This is the end of
It's
it.
51070.
but it's all captured in the seasonal line?
Yeah.
Along with poll workers and,
They handed this out when they
Deputies.
came to the Board of Finance meeting.
That was a handout. The board plan.
Right, this is what you handed out the night of the Board
Yeah,
of Finance
that's it.
meeting?
Yeah, I don't remember that.
So,
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, those were my questions for clarity, if you guys.
I do, I have a couple questions. Why, I mean, right now we're discussing setting a 4-year salary for you as well. Why wouldn't we roll in the stipend to have it included in the salary and clear up any of this confusion?
So it'd probably be nicer on my tax form, because when I do get the thing, it's this big bump at the end of the year, and when they take money out, it's a lot more than what I would have gotten if they just, roll it in.
Yeah.
But it's been that way. There's been some, if you notice on the original pay scales, it started down at 23. On that sheet,
Yeah.
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 It started on 23. There's been, and those were 2-year terms. There were some years where they didn't get a raise. And that's why the stipend sort of got in there. I mean, if you're gonna guarantee me a raise every 2 years or whatever, fine and dandy. But I mean,
So
that's why it's there.
When
It's-
when your salaries are set or have been set in the past, do you get like essentially a 4-year
No.
rate?
We can get a raise once, we can get you guys can set a raise once for every 4 years for us. It used to be 2
Right.
years, but it's once every year. That's it. If you want to say 3% the first year, 3% second year, third year, whatever, last time they did a raise, it was $900. That was it, and they did that in the third year.
So you essentially use the stipend to cover extra hours you're working
Right.
during election season.
Right.
And essentially the stipend doesn't begin to cover all the hard work you two put in throughout the
Well,
course of the year.
it's-
obviously.
Whatever.
anyway, to answer your question, I do think it would be reasonable to say, to work that in on over the course of the year basis rather than a lump,
Yeah.
once a year.
How does that stack up with what other towns are doing for registered voters for this particular stipend situation?
I actually prepared some information, if you'd like me to
Yeah,
give it to you.
All right, I'll take it.
thanks, Matt.
Great. And I have one extra if you need one for the minutes.
Yes.
That would be good. Thank you.
This is a survey of the towns with 30,000 or more voters. We're a little over 36,000 right now here in Fairfield. And generally speaking, I mean, I guess the simple way of putting it is that we are, by a pretty wide margin, the lowest staffed and lowest paid office in the state for any large town. This is, you kind of get a sense of the staffing level, generally 2.5. There's one other town that's smaller than us that has a 2.5 full-time equivalent. Generally speaking, they're 3 to 6 full-time employees, if you look at other large towns around the state.
Thank you, Matt. And do these other towns with over 30,000 voters, is that what you said, were on this list? Do they include stipends in their register salary or not?
These do not, no. We're sort of in that towns that do break elections and general voter registration into separate budgets. That's most common for them. And you'll see that's a way of towns building in for, say, multiple referenda. They'll have 5 referenda unexpectedly, and the stipends are a way of sort of increasing the base pay in that context. So just, if you were to look at our budget relative to other large towns, if we were going to match the next lowest per voter staffing cost, which is Waterbury, we would be paid $45,556 a year. And if you were to bring our office to match the next lowest staffing level of any other town, it would be Danbury. So that would be moving us from 0.5 to 0.75 full-time equivalent. It would be $49,788.
So you're saying you don't want to be paid the Greenwich rate?
Well, they also have multiple full-time assistants. I think you'll see, if you really look all over the state, that in some places, the full-time people are not the registrars themselves.
No, I just was questioning your comment about you wanted to move up to the Waterbury rate, which is 55, the Greenwich rate is 35.
I always hear this complaint from the Greenwich registrar saying both our towns play off each other, saying, well, Greenwich doesn't have this, or Fairfield doesn't have this, and it seems to be some conspiracy among the administrations.
So,
Yeah, it just,
It's outrageous, Roger.
for the most part, we pretty much take everything Greenwich has, except for their budget.
we had a registrar's training session yesterday, and a number of towns came up to us and said, you know, our towns say, man, you wouldn't believe what those Fairfield registrars will work for. So you may have a number of enthusiastic people reaching out to you in the weeks to come. If you'd like, we could arrange it, certainly.
Hard to believe it's elective office and people want to do it. However, help me understand the staffing, because if I understand it correctly, a couple of years ago, there was a move to eliminate the full-time person in your office, and that had to get stopped on the floor of the RTM.
Yeah.
So could you, whoever made that
Well, it wasn't.
push for that?
There
Fill us
wasn't a
in.
push for it. The RTM wanted to cut our budget, and they wanted to cut material, and they wanted to cut all sorts of fees and professional services. And I says, well, if you're going to cut anything, try the first, the only way you can make a substantial savings is to, deal with the personnel issue. You can't get rid of us. But, so the only one they could do was that, and I knew that wasn't going to work anyway, so they sort of did this little loop-de-loop and never got anywhere. So made them all feel good, though.
One of the things, and this is just in general, that you see in elections is that we, and you could say that we have to do a better job educating the public as well. There's a conception that it's one day a year. It's only one day a year. And that's something that I think is reinforced every time you see a problem come up in elections. You say, well, really, it would have been great if they had a little more time to prepare before the day when these problems arise. So since 2006, you'll see there's been new requirements placed on the registrar's office. Things have been transferred from the town clerk to the local level, to the registrar, from the state level to the local level. And I think there's been a recognition that it really does require expertise, and now there's a certification process that we have to go through to be really a professional operation. If you go back to prior to 2003, you'll see that our office was not open to the public most days of the week. And I think that now would not really work for the town or for the residents.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from the board?
No.
I have no further questions.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thanks for your time.
Thanks.
Since we're here, any further discussion on the Registrar of Voters budget?
Yeah, so based upon what I just heard them say, it sounded like they were both referencing that they'd rather see the stipend rolled into their regular salary, which brings me back to, I guess, the item number 3 on the agenda when we first said, I'd like a chance to compare the towns and the information which was just said on here. I'm now even happier with our decision to move the meeting, this conversation, to June 1st, and go along that plan. We got new information right here. We can compare ourselves to other towns. We can actually look in there and make that adjustment. So for this budget purpose, I guess I would say to remove the stipend and essentially say we'll look to see if we can roll that into the salary based upon what we heard from our registers.
Okay, so is that a motion to adjust the stipend to 0
Yes.
in this budget?
Yes, it is.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. And as you pointed out, obviously with the intent to discuss that more fully when we take up the salary issue at the first meeting in June.
Yes.
Jen has
Mr. Chairman, excuse me for asking this. Are these motions or amendments being made?
Well, they're a motion until we vote on it.
Okay.
Once we vote on it, then it becomes an amendment or not if it doesn't pass.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
But they are a motion, in essence, to amend the budget. So Once we pass it, it is an amendment. And then we'll come back and vote on the entire budget at the end of this meeting.
Got it, thank you very much.
Okay. Any further questions?
No, I agree.
Any further comments or discussion?
No.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right. So that amendment passes. All right, active employee benefits, health insurance. As we discussed yesterday, this item is assuming that we go forward with our existing plan, that we are not putting in our budget a move to Partnership 2.0, that while those discussions may be ongoing, and the fact is we can make that move to the insurance plan at any point during the year, we are not putting it in the budget going forward. So, and what that would mean is an increase to item 52-100 in health insurance of $221,000, or $221,461. That increase reflects both better experience in the first part of the year in our health insurance program, as well as a better negotiated fee from Anthem that allows that number to go up, but not the full $700,000 that we took in the initial reduction. I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Go.
This is an enormous increase, the way I'm looking at it from the budget book, right here. And one of my concerns with this, I got two concerns. One, I feel like the town put the cart before the horse on this, and I understand why they did that, and I look at this total savings we're having, and again, this is leading by example from the teacher side, where the teachers joined the Connecticut Partnership, and we're hoping everybody else falls in line to do that. But we created this little window here where now we're I don't want to say between a rock and a hard place, but we're in active negotiations trying to move them there, but yet we're budgeting the soft landing, and it's sort of taken away. I believe it's taken away our goal here of moving the town to the Connecticut Partnership. Is that an accurate assessment?
Actually, not at all. Simply, the budget number is $221,000. That's what we're budgeting. That's a considerable improvement over what we would have budgeted in January, because we have better experience and a better deal from it. So it's actually a considerable savings over where we would have been. It is an increase of $200,000 over what we would have been on Partnership 2.0. It looked pretty straightforward in terms of being a better plan, lower cost to the employees, and obviously a lower cost to the town. However, there are enough questions that came up that we want to make sure that, as much as we have some groups in town that want to move forward and may in fact still do that by July 1st, getting all that communication done by this point is a bit of an issue. And we want to make time that we want to make sure we take the time to communicate all the benefits of the program effectively so everybody understands it. So that's all we're doing.
No, and I appreciate what you just said, and I hear the logic. The problem I have was that this entire budget book was built upon an assumption and a savings. And my hope is, and that was moving the town side, and we went through the budget meetings, my hope is that we have the offsets to cover this. We're reworking a large portion of what we had in the budget, what we had anticipated in the budget moving forward. Is what we're essentially doing is what we passed out a month ago no longer holds true, and the budget was built on the assumption that we were going to get these savings, and now we're not only not getting the savings, we're factoring in $220,000 additionally to cover what I would call the soft landing on that.
Yeah, actually, it's not that complicated. It's all we're doing is increasing the number by 200,000 to cover the continuance with our current program. The number that we're using, the absolute number we're using, is actually less than what we would have budgeted back in January anyway. So that this is, from that standpoint, a lower cost for the health insurance going forward.
But this budget was built based upon joining the Connecticut Partnership Program, which had considerable savings in
Yeah,
it, correct?
if I could.
Sure.
It had $220,000 more savings than we're going to see. It's one line item, Chris. It's not the whole budget built on that. It's one line item. So it's not as, and second, we're going to continue to negotiate that. We may, in fact, achieve part of that savings. We just can't commit to it today. So that's all. We may, in fact, save the town money on that. We look forward to doing that. We think this is a good program. We think it's a better program than what we're on. We think that it's a lower-cost program for both the employees and the town, and we're going to continue to make that argument in our discussion and in our negotiations going forward. However, we are being conservative and making sure that we go back and say, look, at this point in time, it looks like an adjustment of $200,000. That's all it is, one line item.
Right. Well, and I guess I would say I'm hoping to see that we're going to have an offset to this in the overall budget. I know that I'm prepared to deliver offsets to cover some other areas.
If I could ask, if we could keep our conversation tied to the item that we're discussing at the moment, which is the health insurance line,
Okay.
that would be good.
And today, I'll support this, and it's one of the things, I'm hesitant to do, because I wish that I could have had, I guess, the offset to move this forward, so.
So that's two. Any further discussion?
No, it is a little disappointing to be adding to the budget, but I see the prudence in if you have the information that you don't know that you're going to have this, that we get it in there. But
Yeah, again, I would just point out that this is a lower number than what we would have put in the
I
budget
understand that.
in January when we put this together. So from that standpoint, it's,
but it might be a bit misleading that it wasn't just put out at the original number and then maybe being able to deliver lower numbers at this point rather than having to increase them at this point.
you absolutely, yeah, absolutely, and you work with the best information you have. So, thank you. Any further discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Anybody move that?
Oh,
I did.
I seconded it.
Okay, thank you.
I did. Next up, and this is a transfer, it's two lines. It's all within the Human Resources Department. See, it's item 56140, which is Special Department Supplies, and make a motion that we reduce that by $720. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
And that is, I believe, to handle a cell phone item that was carried in the Special Department Supplies, and we're trying to correct that and move that to communications. So this is a reduction, and we'll add in $720 to the communication lines with the next motion. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next item up is item 55300, Communications and Human Resources, and that's adding in $720. And I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, any further discussion on that?
Nope.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any other discussion points in human resources?
Yes. I'd like to make a motion to reduce line item 58930, heart and hypertension, by $150,000. The first selectman's proposed budget was $670,000. I think the new proposed budget should be $520,000. I've looked at the actuals on this for the last 2 years. In both years, they've been in the $400,000 range. Right now, we're tracking towards exactly what last year's was, which is $426,000 and, $426,000. Our $150,000 reduction still puts us $100,000 over what the last two actuals have been. And doing further research, drilling down on this, I found that we did have one outlier year a couple years ago, which created a pump in the average. Right now, I don't believe that this is something that we need to over budget for. We still have a cushion in there based upon the actuals for the last 2 years of over $100,000, which I think is more than enough right now. So I'll make a motion to reduce heart and hypertension, line number 58930, by $150,000.
I'll second that.
Good. Jen and Linda, do you have that? And Linda, Human Resources Department, where's that in the budget book?
page 119. 119.
So if I look at the history on this, we have 608,000 in fiscal 13, 683 in fiscal 14, 426 in fiscal 15, a budget of 725,000 for fiscal 16, and a proposed budget of 670,000 for fiscal 17 that's included in this budget book.
Yep.
If I could ask, Mr. Mayor, could you fill us a little bit on what this line is, how actuals come into it, what charges it, what doesn't, and a little explanation for what heart and hypertension is.
This line
Excuse
is-
me, is Eileen Canellis here? Eileen, why don't you fill us in a little bit, and then Mr. Mayor can take over there. Sorry, I didn't see you in back there.
The heart and hypertension budget takes care of those police and firemen who are given benefits for heart and hypertension. Many, which is only for police and fire, no one else. Many of them are retirees. They still get money for it. Widows also of heart and hypertension beneficiaries get benefits from us. We have about, I think, 3 contested heart and hypertension cases right now, and we have 1 widow who is just coming on. So I believe you're correct that we are on track for this year, but we do still have the potential for some additional claims, which are currently in track. I don't mean ones that may come up, but ones that have already been made, but not yet granted.
Okay.
Ed, is there anything else I can explain to you for that?
Yes, any way of describing what the financial impact of that might be without disclosing anything that's confidential?
If the person is only going on for medication rather than for a fuller heart and hypertension claim, they don't tend to be terribly expensive. The widow is. Widows are quite expensive. The state gives them increases much too frequently and much too much. And that's not within our control. The state grants the numbers on that. So the figures could be bigger than they were for the last year or 2. I'm not saying they'd be as big as is budgeted there, but they may be somewhat bigger than they were for the last couple of years.
Can somebody describe the dynamics of that? It's my understanding that there might be an individual case or something that could dramatically be a driver for this. This is not a monthly charge per se, as much as there's some dramatic drivers.
Well, no, it's not a monthly charge. It is administered by our third-party administrator, PMA. So we do provide the money to them to make the payments on heart and hypertension. There could be a dramatic increase in a given year if someone were to have surgery, for example, which is unpredictable, but it does happen. That could drive up the number by $100,000 in that given year. So that's the unpredictable part of it. The more predictable part is the people who are on medical claims, where the medication does not vary a great deal. So yes, for those people, it's a fairly consistent month-to-month amount.
So in looking at it, can you give us any insight as to what drove this to 600,000, 606, and 683?
I have to confess I don't know precisely what drove that. I can't think off the top of my head of anyone who has had a big claim.
But those are actual, so they would be driven by actual claims, correct?
If those are the actual numbers as opposed to the budget numbers.
They're the actual numbers.
They are the actuals, okay. I would have to go back and look and see why those were the actual numbers in those years. But I do know our experience has been much better in the last 2 years. So it may just be that, well, a couple of people have died, and that would affect it too. And not every person who dies leaves a widow that's a heart and hypertension widow. The person has to die by reason of their heart and hypertension illness. If they die of cancer or something like that, the widow isn't entitled to anything further. And we have had that happen recently.
And then by way of clarification, the rules or guidelines or regulations that we follow with respect to this, those are state statute?
Correct.
So it's not something that's contract-based or anything that town
No,
controls?
that is not something we have the power to vary. That is state statute.
Okay. All right, any further questions?
So, last year, we budgeted for $725,000, and the actuals look like they're gonna come in right around the previous year's actuals at $400,000. There's basically gonna be a $300,000 surplus, according to what I've been looking at.
Provided no one has heart
Yeah.
surgery in the next 3 months, yes.
No, I agree on that, and I know that this is one of those contingencies you try to guess as close as you can.
Correct.
But I'm looking at it from the standpoint of, the taxpayers' money, which is going to cover this. And for 2 consecutive years, it looks like we're gonna be over budgeting by over $300,000.
Well, perhaps, I'm not opposing a cut per se. I just ask you to think carefully about leaving some cushion there.
Right.
So that if there should be an unforeseen event in the next year, we would have the money to cover it.
So in one of the calculations I did to come up with the 150,000 cut was I got the 5-year average of this, and the 5-year average I think is a little over $500,000
Okay.
on that at 508. This reduction I'm suggesting now leaves us above the 5-year average, which we've had in play as well. And as we all know, the town has a mechanism in place if the unforeseen does happen, and we do go over this line item by, some money. It is something I'd rather roll the dice in that way to the benefit of the taxpayer versus the other way. So I think I'm comfortable based upon the research I've done with this, with the 150,000 reduction, leaving us below or above the 5-year average still in the account with $100,000+ cushion off of the last 2 years' numbers.
When you say there's a mechanism in place, could you describe what your thoughts are there?
Okay, if there is if there is an extreme claim, which goes outside the box of the budgeted number, the town is still essentially we're going to have to pay it, right?
Correct.
So I would assume we'd have to go to some contingency account to pay that extreme fee, like we do with all cases, if there's a number outside the box which we didn't budget for. It's our job to come up with the most accurate number we can to go there. And that's essentially what I'm saying by there's a mechanism in place to cover it.
Okay, just want to be clear on what your
Sure.
thoughts were.
So I have a thought on this too.
Okay.
If we have 300,000 left in about 3 months, say we use another 100,000 or whatever, there's 200,000 left, does that roll over to next year?
It does not.
Where's it go?
To surplus.
So it would be in the surplus, so I guess I'm just thinking if it's in there, if we just, it's already there, it's already been budgeted for, it's already been taxed.
It would be, as all the other money that hopefully
Right.
is, we have a surplus at the end of the year and it goes into our overall surplus fund or our rainy day fund. That's the number that we track. It's up at 8.5%. It's about 24.5 million. The Board of Finance guideline is to get it up to 10%, so we're still short
Okay.
on that. So, and we can't save money at the end of the year unless we issue a PO. There's some sort of designee that we're
Right.
contracting with to do that. We can't just save it because we want to.
Okay.
Good thought, though.
Yeah.
And that's one of the challenges. Historically, we had this number in the internal service fund, if you go back in time. And that created that ability to, if you're high one year and short another, you'd have a reserve within the internal service fund. So we wouldn't be in the situation of underfunding and literally having to go out to either the contingency, or if that were used up to cut other accounts, be it DPW or other departments, to make up for a high in here. The challenge in budgeting this is because any one incident can be so high.
Right.
So you've seen some years where we're down, you've also seen a number of years where we're up over 600, over 680, and I think, if you go back far enough, there have been even some higher numbers than that, if I remember back in my Board of Finance days, but I don't remember it that clearly, and I don't mean to speak quite that far back. I can certainly, Mr. Timniak, to your point, support a reduction in this. I don't know if I can support it to the tune of $150,000 and taking us down to that $500,000 level. I think that we should have a bit of a cushion above that, and if you would consider modifying that to either $75,000 or $100,000, I could support that.
I'm gonna not support that motion to lower it to 75 to 100. I did a lot of research on that, and, you know, we're still giving above a 20% cushion on this account. We're still giving above $100,000 on this account, and we have already covered ourselves with the taxpayers on this for 2 years at essentially, you know, over $500,000, which we have budgeted that cushion for. So I understand what you're saying, and I'm comfortable with the 150 based upon my research on that.
Okay, just to be clear on the numbers, you're saying 150 from 670 gets us down to 520,
Yes.
and you're saying that's still 20% over your average? We've got 608 and 683 here.
Over what we budgeted last year, about 20% higher. Is that not right?
Right, but
I'm looking
compared
at
to
the
what...
426 number and this year's number, which is going to be in the
Yeah.
fours.
Right, but we've also got 608 and 683. I thought you said you're going back over 5 years to do that.
The 5-year average number was 508.
500,000, right, so 510, say.
508, yeah, so call it 510, and I'm leaving 520 in that in that account. And again, we use the 3-year average, not the 5-year average for most other accounts in town. I don't know why we would not use it in this situation.
So if we use the 3-year average, that's typically 608, 683, 426, which comes out to around 600,000.
Well, I would include this year's in that, which is tracking below the 420 number.
Well, traditionally, we don't use a projection, but you certainly are welcome to use whatever numbers you wish. And the 75,000 I was suggesting gets it down to around the 600 grant range, which is the 3-year average.
I would reduce my reduction of 150 to 125, and add another $25,000 into there, and that puts that up to 545, which puts us 100 plus. Almost $50,000 above our last 2 years on that, and that's where I'll settle on that.
Lori, since you seconded that, are you comfortable with that change?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that, splitting it.
All right, so that's in essence, a change to the amendment
Right.
to make it 125?
125.
And just to be clear, adjusting that number to 545?
545.
From the 670?
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion
No.
on that? All right. Are we ready to vote?
Yep.
Yes.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
And I will go along with that also. All right. Next up, any other items in human resources?
No.
Lori, for you?
No.
All right. Next up is another transfer. A reduction from the Fairfield Veterans Advisory and Information Group, which was a separate not-for-profit, and we are reducing that to 0, and we'll be adding it into the Human and Social Services Commission. So the first motion is to reduce that line item 58500, by $3,420 and make that a zero. I'll make that a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any further discussion on that?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next up, for the Human and Social Services, to line item 58190, which is Veterans Services, because they will be picking up support for that, an increase of $3,420, matching what we reduced. I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Good, thank you. Any further discussion?
Nope.
All right, all in favor? Aye. Next up, private school bus transportation, line item 58500. Based on new information and lower fuel costs, there's a reduction of $10,357. May I have a motion to accept?
I'll make that motion.
And a second?
I second it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so that amendment is before us. Any further discussion? I think we discussed this a bit at the Board of Finance meetings, and I think that Board of Ed went back and got some additional information for us to make this adjustment. All right, are we ready to vote?
Yes.
All in favor? Finance Department. Finance, line item 51010, regular payroll, and that's a reduction of $62,008. And this was an item that was identified in last year's budget, unfortunately carried forward in this year's budget as a personnel item, and it really should be under fees and professional services. So is there a motion to make that adjustment?
I'll do that.
A second? I'll second it. Any further discussion on that? We did discuss that in quite a bit of detail at the Board of Finance meeting.
Yep.
Any,
I'm
we
good.
ready to vote?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next item up, that was the reduction. We need to consider putting that in the Finance Department. Line item 53200, that's fees and professional services. That would be an increase of $62,008, and that would literally just complete the transfer of funds to that line item. Is there a motion to accept?
Yes.
Second? All right, I'll second that. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Turning the page. And next up is IT.
Oh, can I go back to finance?
Certainly.
Real quick?
Certainly.
On that. I had a question about the benefit contributions for non-union workers. Is that through the finance side? Where would I squeeze that in?
I don't know where that is.
The reimbursement rate, non-union workers put in, I would just like to...
For health insurance?
For health insurance purposes.
Okay, that would be in your active employee benefit budget, 1320, and I'll tell you what page that's on. Page 115.
Is that in finance or?
No, it's we carry the health insurance in a separate budget.
So I just want to say that this is a conversation I want to have at some point about what the non-union employees are putting in compared to where we're at with the rest of the town, with other administrators in the town and the percentage they're putting in.
I understand that question.
I've been told that we don't need to have this discussion during the budget process, but it's something we can look at when we do the salary table. And I just want to confirm that that's
Yeah,
accurate.
typically when we do the salaries, we only do the salaries for the department heads. We don't have a discussion on the non-union benefits at that point. We certainly could set up a separate discussion point to do that.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, no, I'll got you on that.
Typically we do that in June from a timing standpoint.
So it's something that could be discussed in June if we put it on the agenda.
Yeah, since it's something that unless, assuming you're talking about an increased contribution, that would be a reduction to the budget, so it's not something that would increase the budget at that point. All right. Good. Okay, move on?
Yes.
In these group of items, next up is IT. So item number 1, line item 5320, under fees and professional services. This came out of a discussion at the Board of Finance meetings and looking at where our backup site is for our IT facility. And the move here would be to add $19,200 to the IT department into that line item in order to co-locate our backup facility out of the Fairfield Woods Branch Library into a much more secure facility. So I'll make a motion to do that. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
I think overall, that is a both more secure and, in time, a major cost savings to the town. Certainly compared to any of the other options that were proposed that we take a look at, including moving it to a separate facility, moving it to perhaps even combining it with a Board of Ed and building a building or expanding a building to do that, all of that into significant costs in this regard. Any further discussion?
Yes, I would like to, I know this is adding $140,000 to the budget.
No, it's adding $19,000.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong line. I apologize. All right. No.
Okay. Any further discussion on this amendment?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Next item up is 50, also IT, it's item 57,000. It's a capital line item, and it's increasing the capital line item by $140,000. And this is 2 servers that were being moved from what would have been a non-recurring capital to not bond those, but to put those in the operating budget per our bonding policy. We've done that with 1 server already and moved that into the current fiscal year. This is just reflecting that same change in putting these 2 servers into the fiscal 17 budget and not leaving them for non-recurring. I'll make a motion to do that. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, we voted on this a couple weeks ago on our bonding agenda, not realizing it was against the bond.
Not
No.
this item, we didn't.
We
We
didn't
voted on another server.
Okay,
The RTM, by the time it got to the RTM, we had better information. We had reviewed our bonding policy, realized that was inappropriate. The RTM voted that down and did not include that non-recurring. What the town did was take that server for $150,000 and put it into fiscal 16, and we're using contingency to pay for that.
okay.
So these are 2 additional servers that were going to be part of Phase 2 and Phase 3 of the plan of replacing 3 servers. The 2 servers we're talking about here are smaller, so coincidentally, they come in about the same dollar amount, but they're about $70,000 each, so the total is $140 for 2,
Right.
and we're doing them all in 1 year rather than trying to spread that out over another 2 or 3 years. And again, you heard the presentations on both the plan for keeping our servers up to date. You know that we're at risk at the moment because of the age of these servers per the presentation in the Board of Finance.
So, and I'm okay with the servers, is what I was trying to, was the original plan to bond these, and we were told that we couldn't bond them, and that's why we're adding to the budget now? What was the plan?
They were included in the waterfall chart of the capital plan, all right? And that is against our bonding policy, so correct.
So that's what I was trying to get to, the previous point here. The original plan was to bond these, now we're moving them to the
Operating budget.
operating costs. It is something we support because we need to have advanced technology here right now, so I will be supporting this.
Okay. Laura, any comments?
Yeah, no, I'm good with this.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Next up, Solid waste and recycling, capital. This is also a transfer, so we'll do this in two steps. This is a reduction of $64,000 from the capital line item. I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Ready to vote? All in favor? Next item up, line item 54320, maintenance and repair of building and grounds. We're going to add in the $64,000 we just removed, and I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
Second it.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Next up,
Well, while we're on the Public Works,
okay. Well, technically, we're not, but
Okay.
you can take up Public Works if you like.
well, it's not coming up on the list, so if I may. To the Public Works line. This is the year, I mean, the reductions I'm proposing here today are, based on a couple things. One, the drop in the town's grand list hit a lot of people pretty bad with the values of our properties declined this year. Two, we're going to be getting less than favorable returns from the state of Connecticut with the reimbursements we're anticipating. And I feel like there has to be that offset in the budget document we present on to the next department, which is one of the reasons why I look towards different areas to find large chunks of money to deliver what we know is coming down the pipe for this reason. So with that as a backdrop, I'm going to make a reduction to pull out of the Public Works capital line item the six-wheel dump truck. That's a motion to reduce the capital line item 5030. The original budget had it at $860,000. I'm making a reduction of $210,000. Currently, the town bonded for one six-wheel dump truck already this year, and there's already another dump truck in the budget here. So this would essentially the third new dump truck we're buying this year. This is one of those years which I think we have to pull back some of the spending, and I hate to do it for a large capital piece of equipment, but the overall number we're looking to adjust on new monies and less monies coming to the town. This is one of the items which we have to look at really hard, and that's one of the reasons why I'm making this reduction today. So my motion is to reduce from the capital line item $210,000 for the six-wheel dump truck.
Is there a second?
I'll second that. And I'll just say that, along with what Chris said, I know there are plans in place to get the equipment replaced and to get us onto a certain track, but I think if we have to go back to just 2 out of the 3 trucks this year just to help offset these other reductions that we're going to have, I support that.
Okay. Yeah, I guess this is one of those areas that I really think the department heads did their work ahead of time. And I think that's one of the challenges we have in terms of balancing the needed investment to keep our town employees and our town infrastructure updated. And I think that, they've really done a great job. And I think the department managers did all the work that we asked. And I'm proud of this year's townside budget for all that it includes and for its value and its cost. We've asked our managers to plan ahead and to help us manage our year-to-year costs, and specifically in DPW vehicles, which is what the RTM, the Board of Finance, and Board of Selectmen in previous capacities have asked us to do. The DPW did that. They laid out a multiple-year plan. We transitioned from bonding vehicles to putting them in the operating budget. We had the plan all along for the last few years has been to get to 4 vehicles a year in the operating budget. This is the last year of that transition. We bonded 1, we put 3 vehicles in the budget. For DPW's plan, when they laid it out, had quite a majority of the vehicles were past their useful life. We are still playing catch-up. These are very difficult times, and we should cut any unneeded expenses or things that we don't want to do. But we should not cut items that we need or will need to buy in the future. This is the definition of kicking the can down the road. While it saves us money today, it costs us more in the future. I fully support our town managers who've demonstrated their value and how much they care about our town in the budget they put together, which totaled the lowest budget increase on the town side in 20 years. And if this item stays in, it will still be the lowest town side budget increase in 20 years. So I think this is the type of thing that we do not want to get caught up in. And this is the type of cut that we do not want to make. And it's not the commitment that the boards made to the DPW department when they said, please put together a plan that we could support. Don't come at us with year-to-year items. They've done exactly what we've asked, not only Public Works, but other departments. You know, we look at what we criticized in the past. Certainly in cuts to the Board of Ed, you routinely hear that they cut maintenance. They cut technology. We're trying not to cut maintenance. We came in with a low budget. The department heads didn't wait. They basically put forth the best budget there is, and if it needs to be adjusted up a little bit, that's fine. They did not come back and say, let's put a bunch of stuff in and see if it gets cut. Let's put in things we don't need and see if it gets cut. Let's see what we can get through with. They came back with, I think, a tremendous budget proposal, and I'm very proud of what they did and very impressed with what they did. So I will not be supporting this effort in that regard.
I'd like to follow up on that,
Okay.
if I may. I do understand that the Department of Public Works came up with a plan. They put their plan together. I guess I would say plans change. You know, we didn't plan on having lower revenue from the state of Connecticut. We certainly didn't plan on having the home values of our properties drop this year in the grand list. And we didn't plan on losing our largest taxpayer. You know, we have uncertain times in Fairfield and in the state of Connecticut right now. We need to address the plan to meet the current reality we face. One of the other things which I'm not thrilled about doing 3 large trucks in 1 year is when the lifespan of those trucks run out in 10 or 12 years, well, guess what? We have to replace 3 trucks in that same year. This is an opportunity to spread this out, and this is not the definition of kicking the can down the road. This is the definition of basically smoothing out how we're doing this equipment right here. 3 large $210,000 6-wheel dump trucks in 1 year is great if you have a year of massive returns. This is a year of decline right now, and I think this pulling back one of these trucks and asking them to resubmit it next year in their capital plan is what should be done.
Okay. Lori, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I do, actually. I just think that, you know, one of the, I don't know, this is my 3rd time going through the budget process, and I am amazed at the time and energy that everybody puts into it. You know, people coming to the meetings, people taking minutes at the meetings, the department heads, the commissioners, people on the commissions. But, you know, there are a lot of things that we have to do to improve it. We're not working in isolation. It's not this department, and this department, and this department. We have to look at each department individually, but we have to look at how it all fits together, and sometimes adjustments have to be made. I think that there are a lot of areas that we can improve this budget process. I think going forward, you know, I look forward to discussing some ideas with my colleagues when we get through this budget cycle. You know, when I look at it and I look at the numbers and we're talking about a truck and a truck here, trucks in DPW and trucks in other departments, it's just surprising that we still have, you know, items in our budget in some departments for things like we have longevity bonuses, work attendance bonuses, double time for Sundays.
I would ask that you confine your
This-
comments to
this is
the
along
Public
with what I'm
Works
talking about.
item, but please talk about DPW when
I
you do
will.
that.
So I realize lots of these things are negotiated in contracts, but the reality is that these things don't exist anymore in the private sector, and we can't afford them as a town. And the biggest cost driver across the budget, whether it's DPW or any of the other departments, is personnel. And we just have to work together. We're going to have to figure out ways to reduce those costs and make it more affordable going forward, because the path isn't sustainable. So I am going to support this reduction. But I want everybody at home to know that, you know, the decisions that I'm making today and that I'm pretty sure my colleagues are making, you know, none of these decisions are taken lightly, and they're not being made without careful consideration. But it's a balancing act, and we have to have a little bit of give and take.
You both raised a couple of points, and I'd just like to point out the idea that we could add it in next year, or that 3 in 1 year is too many. DPW put together a plan. It was presented to the RTM, and it basically shows that we're buying 4 trucks a year. If we add it to next year, we're buying 5 trucks next year. The plan is, with the number of trucks we have, what they proposed and what they laid out very nicely was exactly what we need to do with the age of the trucks that we have, considering most of the fleet is past its useful life, and that they are both putting, in some cases, our employees at risk, but certainly putting our budget at risk, that we have increased impact. So the budget that was presented shows 4 trucks a year. That's what we're buying now. We bonded 1, we put 3 in the budget. Next year, the plan was to put 4 in the budget. If we do this, and if I listen to that comment, you're talking about putting 5 in the budget next year. If all we do is kick this down the road to next year, it doesn't change our tax dollars overall. It just merely puts it in the next year. So we can get a copy of that plan out to you to make sure that you have that. But that was a plan that was discussed at all 3 boards just last year, at the request, both my request, but also confirmed by the RTM that they wanted to see a multi-year plan. Again, this is a case where our department heads are doing exactly what we asked.
And again, I would
There.
just say that
If you could
sometimes...
please let me finish, I would
Okay.
appreciate that.
Thought you were done.
No? I will defer to either of you after I am done, but this is exactly what we asked our department heads to do. They came back and delivered again on just what we asked. They put together a plan that let us manage our costs from year to year without the ups and downs. They went back and looked at the useful life of the equipment, what it does, what kind of wear and tear it gets, what we need to do to make sure our employees are safe, and what we need to do to make sure that our infrastructure stays safe. There have been a couple comments on the state, and while the state aid is definitely a risk, we don't know exactly what it is. I do think we have to prepare for the worst, and the news doesn't get better every day. However, in preparing for major cuts from the state, including municipal aid, I think we need to have a plan. I think we need to prepare for a very significant cut. And what I'm proposing is actually all 3 boards working together, Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance, and RTM, in a way that we haven't before, because I think these are unique situations. I think if we're going to proceed with our normal process of the Board of Selectmen sitting here making cuts, we're doing that without knowledge of what the Board of Finance is doing, without knowledge of the RTM, and without more complete knowledge on what the state is doing. The more we cut all on our own, that creates a certain amount of inflexibility moving forward. To prepare for significant cuts, I think we need to work together to maximize that flexibility. Specifically, I think I propose that the Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance, as much as we talk about this and identify cuts, don't make any cuts to the operating budgets.
Is this part of DPW? I thought we were only talking about DPW right now.
Well, except you brought in the state issues, and on both sides, so Mr. Timniak did. So I'm trying to address his point that he brought in on that, and I did let him finish that.
Okay.
Your comment got off in terms of individual contracts and stuff, which is less of an issue for now, might be an issue at
It's part
another
of the
time.
big picture of the DPW and every other department.
Okay. And I propose that the Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance make no cuts. Identifying the areas to cut would help, but leave the budget intact in the operating departments. I propose that the Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance, and RTM leadership work jointly to prioritize the adjustments. Once more is known about the state-level cuts and about the size of the adjustments we need to make. The RTM, based on those recommendations, would still be able to make those cuts. I think that's a fairly unique approach. It's something that we certainly haven't done before, but I think it would allow for a better decision rather than us sitting here discussing whether we want to make a cut or not make a cut. The Board of Finance going through the same process and then handing something to the RTM, which really limits the town response at that point.
Okay.
Well, I think along the lines of what we already talked about with the putting the money back in for the health insurance savings.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not going to have that many different numbers between now and when the RTM votes.
I have a question on your proposal.
Go ahead.
Are you asking that the Board of Selectmen skirt their responsibility and pass it off to the RTM?
No?
Okay.
I'm asking that, in fact, that we work together. that we not do it in a linear process, that in fact some of the adjustments that have been proposed, I don't think impact the operating budgets the way this one is proposing, and obviously I'm fully comfortable supporting some of those. But I think that in order to make a comprehensive solution, we really need to look at this together, and we need to look at this in light of what the significant cuts are. There have already been a number of points made saying we're doing this in anticipation of state cuts, we're doing this in anticipation of state cuts. We don't have enough information at the moment, and I think further down the line we'll know more. And I think we should take advantage of that opportunity. That's all.
Okay, I disagree with that logic. Today is our day. We spent 3 full weeks and countless hours in budget meetings talking to department heads, trying to analyze exactly where we're at. And where we're at today is exactly what's been described time and time again. The effort I put into those budget meetings was an effort to find areas which we could reduce the burden of the increase which is coming to the taxpayers. And that's what we're presenting today. That's what I'm asking you to join us with. This could easily be something which we could agree upon and have a bipartisan budget coming out of here to benefit the taxpayers. That's my ultimate goal. That's why I've been reaching out to department heads trying to work up with a solution, because again, I will say the reality right now is the taxpayers are feeling the pinch, and they're going to continue to feel it at every level of government right now. And my job as a Board of Selectmen member is to find areas which I feel are appropriate to reduce and appropriate to examine what's the best timing for it. I think this truck falls in that exact category right now. The timing's not right for the town of Fairfield to be buying 3 large $210,000 trucks in 1 year.
All right, but you also mentioned you proposed kicking it off till next year. Next year we've got, the plan has 4, this would make it 5.
I believe the trucks next year aren't costing $210,000 each.
It's approximately the same dollar amount each year. That's what the DPW plan kind of levels it out at that. So it may not be exactly $210,000, but it's in that magnitude. It's basically 4 trucks a year going forward.
Right, some of the trucks are $27,000, some are $40,000, and some are...
No, that is not correct. You need to look at the DPW plan. It was given out at the RTM. It was given to you as a member of the RTM. You need to know that plan before you start making statements like that.
I'm comfortable with $210,000 reduction this year on that truck.
This is exactly what the problem has been. That's why the DPW trucks got to be in as bad a shape as they are, because people didn't replace them on a timely basis. And this is, we fought very hard, and all 3 boards have agreed on this, to come back and support this type of investment for a public works group. And buying these 4 trucks doesn't get us back to normal, doesn't get us back to a steady state. We have years to go to catch up on all of that.
In years where we've had dry times, we were purchasing 0 trucks. And there's 3 years outstanding from the 2000s which we purchased 0 trucks. And that's what we're making up for right now.
Right.
Okay, and I'm proposing today, and I've supported one already, and I'm supporting another one, that instead of buying 3, we buy 2 trucks this year, and we spread that out.
We're spreading out the years that are already filled with 4 trucks. If you looked at the plan, you would see that. I mean, the town has cut back in supposedly dry times, because one of the things I've learned is every year is a dry time. There are no good years. You never walk into a budget process saying we have plenty of money, not a problem. We can afford all this stuff. The town even went so far as to not make pension payments for about 10 years.
Mike, when you grow
And
your
we're paying the
grand
price.
list.
Excuse me, I'm
Yeah,
talking.
I hear you.
I'm talking.
Your point is
Please
not
wait your
taken.
time. You do not interrupt. You're not given the floor. You wait till I recognize you to interrupt on that. Please. That's the way Robert's rules work, and I'm going to ask you to stay with that. All right, I didn't interrupt you. As we look at this, you know, we try to plan year to year. We try to plan consistency. We heard that discussion at the Board of Finance in terms of having less of a year-to-year change in the budget, so we could manage the year-to-year tax increases. So from that standpoint, I think it's important we support this, and I think we've got to get away from making year-to-year decisions on this. The department heads did what we asked. They brought in the lowest budget increase in 20 years. This is, in essence, they did their job, and I think we need to support them in doing it. Now,
Yes, I was going to say, I disagree with you. The times to buy trucks are when your grand list increases. Unfortunately, in years past, we've raised taxes in years we've had enormous increases or big increases in our grand list. This is a year when our grand list actually declined. I think we need to make an adjustment to the plan for it, and I'm happy to work with Public Works to rework the plan which we have in place right now.
Lori?
And I'll just say that, I guess, talking about working together and me saying different things we're going to have to work on with the budget, I think we're going to need to start as soon as this budget cycle's done, start working on next year, because we do have to buy trucks and we have to pay for these things, but we're going to have to look for ways to reduce some of our other costs, because I don't see the other revenues going up, the grand list going up that quickly. So our work is cut out for us. But
Any further discussion on this line item and this amendment? All those in favor?
aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That's me. Next item up,
I have a second one for Public Works.
go right ahead.
The Public Works, line item 54340, maintenance repair to roads. I'm going to reduce this budget. The first selectmen's proposed budget was $400,000. I'm going to reduce it to $360,000, or the Board of Selectmen will make the motion to do it. The logic behind this is there's already a 6.9% or 6.69% in the paving line in this area. So I'd like this line item, with the paving number going up, I'd like this one to remain flat. It's the lesser of two. The cost of paving has gone down this year. I realize that we have a paving plan in place. I want to stick to that plan. That's one which absolutely impacts the roads. This I look as a minor adjustment. This is the line which I believe can simply remain flat to the previous year. This is to fix cracks and other items which the larger paving area doesn't catch. So in a sense, I'm comfortable with a $40,000 reduction here on this. I'll make a motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, any further discussion? If I could ask Mr. Bartlett, could you come to the podium and fill us in a little bit on what this line item involves and what the impact of this adjustment would be?
This line item is the maintenance once we put a new road in. It's the crack filling and stuff that protects our investment. So I know on paper it's $40,000 and it doesn't look like a big deal, but it effectively is going to affect 4 miles of crack sealing moving forward. And again, I think we're losing the big picture, which is I combine this account with the paving account at the delta of the $3,750,000, which is what the boards have asked us to meet. We were ramping up to that number. So if you combine this number with the paving request, it equals what we were told to shoot for a goal. So your point, even though costs are coming down, we've often said the last few years, through the 2000s, all we had every year was $750,000. And every year paving went from $40 a ton, $50 a ton, $60 a ton. We stayed at a benchmark at $750,000. So reaching $3,750,000 seems like we found all this cash, but we're catching up in a decade of lean years that we didn't put into the roads. I personally would like to not see this cut. I think it's necessary to keep up with the road maintenance.
Thank you, Scott.
You're welcome.
If I listen to that, it's always the challenge. When things get tight, do you put off maintenance? The number one call I get in my office is about road paving. And, whether we paved, whether we didn't pave, whether we maintained, whether we didn't. But I think the danger is, once you start not maintaining, that's another year. Those roads don't get taken care of. That's another year, as Mr. Bartlett has explained to us repeatedly, that's another year the roads get in worse shape. So all of a sudden, the crack sealing doesn't take care of that road anymore. You've got a much more expensive job to do. So I would be concerned, again, about asking our department managers to put together plans that are the most cost-effective way over time for our to maintain the town, maintain the infrastructure, and then go and not support that plan. So I don't see how I can be supporting this.
If I may also just add one thing, your crack sealing is running you about 55 to 60 cents a square yard. The next cheapest road treatment is up to $2 a square yard. So again, it seems like a small amount of money, a reasonable cut, but honestly, the money we won't be able to put forward in maintenance dollars ends up costing us more in the long-term sealing projects.
So and I asked a lot of questions about this at the meeting, and I went through it time and time again. And one of the reasons why I was comfortable with this cut was because the munis actuals for this year were under what was projected. And then when I looked at the actuals for last year versus what we budgeted, it was 267 for the actual, and the budget was less than that. Last year, we budgeted 360. So we're going up there, and I understand that you use the two accounts intertwined. I looked at the 10% increase you're asking for in this account, which you haven't used the entire amount the previous year and in this year as well. I thought this was a soft area of which could easily be absorbed in the essentially $300,000 increase we made to the overall paving line item. I'm having a hard time reconciling, the plan, what's in the plan, what's not in the plan, how many line items consist of that plan. I don't want to see the town of Fairfield, fall behind. But then again, I also look at this and I see like we're over budgeting. Another thing we asked specifically was if we could get a dollar amount tied to the amount of roads we're going to be fixing. Because when the paving price goes down, we already have our paving plan in place. So we have a paving plan in place, we're budgeting for that paving plan, and then the price drops. Essentially we're sitting on a little bit of reserve on that. We're not adding, according to what you said, we're not adding new roads or anything once we're off the plan. I looked at this based upon the actuals of last year and what we're projecting this year, knowing that you're doing a transfer, as the $40,000 increase. I mean, that's something simple. I look at, this could be something which could be flat this year.
Yeah. Can I answer those questions?
Sure.
First of all, I'm actually overspent on this line right now. I'm in the red in this account, and I'm actually going to hold off on some paving to offset the overage in this account. So those accounts are merged, but you said I haven't spent it yet. I'm overexpended. Number two, when I don't spend the money, like when I get this money July 1st, if I blow it out, everybody says, why are you spending all the money? Carry some forward to 2017. When I do carry it forward to 2017, then you say, why didn't you spend it when we gave it to you? I'm a loser either way. If I spend it early in the game, I should hold some back for next spring. If I don't spend it, we don't want to fund it because, see, you can't spend what we give you. So this year we made a concerted effort to hold back $500,000, which we felt was a reasonable number, to make sure if we had a harsh winter, we could maybe use some paving funds to offset any overages in snow. Obviously, this wasn't a harsh winter. We expect to spend the $500,000 on paving. But you're asking it both sides of me. Here's the money, spend it, but you don't spend it, we're not going to give you more.
Yeah.
You guys are making it more of a riddle than it has to be. It's 3.75, and the reason, I can tell you all you want, if we had a single-dimensional plan, which was, let's use asphalt straight across the board, we're going to get X amount of miles of road done. But we do so many different procedures, and it's the right road at the right time, taking the right treatment. And what I'm saying to you is eliminating things like crack sealing prevents us from saving and putting those less expensive seals down, which then we're affecting a bigger percentage of our network. We're trying to make good roads better, not let bad roads or other roads get worse. I think all our residents want improvements on their roads. We don't want to do a small percentage of new asphalt, we want to do a larger percentage of maintenance so all the roads in town stay good.
Yeah, Mr. Bartlett, you've done the best job of describing both your creativity and expertise in terms of how to minimize the town's cost of road maintenance over time.
That's correct.
Not just focused on 1 year, but taking a look over time so that we can keep roads from getting bad. It's, in essence, problem avoidance rather than just addressing the problem when you get there. And I've got to compliment you again because I learn more about that every time you talk. But I think your expertise is shining through in this level. It's not as simple as we might look at it as just pave the road. It's a function of what do you do in terms of road maintenance all the way through. So I want to thank you for your care and concern, but your expertise and how you apply that here.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would go, Scott, how much have we gone up in paving in the last 5 years in the budgeted book? Like, I look at this number and
Close to $3 million.
Yeah.
Because it was never in the budget.
Because it wasn't in the budget. And we made a commitment
always in- yeah.
to take it out of bonding and put it in the budget. and we made a commitment to bring increase every year. We're still in that transition phase. We have not achieved the level that we talked about when we first started that transition. That, again, was another agreement that was both agreed to by the Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance, and RTM.
I think the mindset of the entire paving industry has changed. Years ago, it was you fixed a bad road and you thought it was good for 20 years and you walked away. Today, you try to fix a good road and you're back in there sealing it again in 5 or 6 years to keep it good. Because what we're trying to avoid is, again, 60 cents a square yard for crack filling, $2 for chip seal, $5 for micro. But we're trying to avoid that $20 a square yard to rebuild that road.
Mr. Bartlett, when we were talking at one point, one of the points you made to me that I had was really news, is the quality of the asphalt today is not as good as what it was 10 years ago or 20 years ago. So
Ask anybody in the business.
as much as we talk about asphalt lasting the proverbial 20 years, your point was that it doesn't anymore. Without all the in-between maintenance, it's not going to last anywhere close to that.
That is correct.
To me, that was a big aha. That was something that, since I don't do your job every day, I don't appreciate that as much as you do, but I think that's something else we want to make sure that our residents know, because I've yet to hear anybody say, no disrespect, that the roads in Fairfield are too good, and we really need to cut back on paving.
But Mike, again, that's why we got into the seal business. We moved aggressively with the times because we weren't getting longevity out of the asphalt. I could say to you now, based on crack sealing, based on different surface treatments we put on the roads, we'll get more longevity out of that asphalt. But we really don't, for the success of our plan, it's not how many roads we paved, it's how many roads we protect the pavement that we own already. It's protecting our infrastructure moving forward.
Yeah, is there eventually going to be, because we talked about the plan, is there eventually a cap on this number of what we reach?
Not only a cap, I boldly said to Mike, if we hit the funding of the next 2 seasons, we feel we can come in with a reduction moving forward. We feel that confident in our plan that and keep in mind, I said at the previous meeting, we have $4 million worth of requests on the book this year, or planned work, 4.5 next year. So if we're at 8.5 million and I'm asking for 3.75, do the math. I theoretically have a shortfall. So when you say, well, Scott, we're going to have less money, we're going to have more money this year because cost is going to go down, I'll welcome it, because maybe I'll get more roads done and I'll get closer to that $4 million delta.
So the number is $4 million?
On paper, I have a $4 million budget to go forward this year in terms of practical road work. And again, because of some low costing, maybe we'll get there, in the products, that is. And next year, it's 4.5. But I say to you that if we have 2 years at 3.75, and we get good pricing this year, if we have good production, we look ahead for year 3 to lower the number moving forward in the paving plan.
The 3.7 number talked about was a number from, I'm going to say, 6 to 7 years ago.
That's correct.
So that's an old number at kind of old cost number. So we haven't updated that number every year. That was just, since we didn't get to the 3.7, we didn't have to update it because we didn't get to the old number.
Right. But I think it's a fair point. If I was you, I wouldn't be wanting to give me 3.7 today, 4 million next year, 4.3. I get it. But I'm telling you, we're confident if our plan is supported, the next 2 years, providing there's not like a huge spike next year and we can't get half the work done. But if we have a 3.75 budget, the next 2 years, we hope to catch most of that $8.5 million worth of work in those 2 cycles and should be able to level off or reduce the paving budget.
I could, in support of what Mr. Bartlett says. When we went through last year's budget season, one of the comments that came out very clearly was the concern at the Board of Finance levels that coming off last year's winter, which, if everybody remembers, it was horrible, our roads looked like your ski and mogul runs coming out. And Scott and Joe said, wait, let's see what happens out of this. And they got it done with the money we gave them last year. The roads are in good shape and have come back tremendously well. So I think, to me, that bodes confidence in the fact that Mr. Bartlett is trying to protect our roadway system and make sure he's doing the right thing in the long run. They didn't come in running or crying wolf or crying the sky is falling last year saying, hey, we need a lot more money because the winter really destroyed us. They sat there and said, no, we've been doing the right job. Our roads are in good shape. They're structured better, and we've been maintaining them better than other towns and cities, and they will come back once the weather warms up and the frost heaves stop. So again, my compliments on how you handled that and the fact that you managed to improve the roads throughout the last year.
Thank you.
All right, to go for, just so I have this here, the total number you want for the next 2 years is 3.7 each year.
Correct.
So next year, there's going to be no increase on this budgeted number.
If we can hit the target that we hope to hit, yes. Like if you're correct, just because asphalt prices are low today, I'm not going to tell you where I'm going to be in July and August. You know that there's an asphalt liquid component that escalates as the season goes on. Historically, it always does. Nobody's buying asphalt in January, so
Right.
the asphalt's as cheap as you can get it. But come July and August, that piece of the pie, goes up in cost. So given the pricing right now, and if there's not a huge spike and we get good numbers, in terms of what roads we can get done, yes. But again, I can give you the weekly updates as we get them. I think every Tuesday they'll set the liquid parameters for us and tell us where we are with that.
So right now, essentially, you're asking for 2 years in a row at a combined between these two lines of $3.7 million.
That's
And
correct.
what does that 3.7 might equal in total road you're going to be doing on that plan?
In terms of actual miles completed, or?
Yeah.
I'd like to get back to you with that, because everything, again, the way we look at the industry today, everything has a life cycle. So for argument, if we do 5 miles of chip seal and we rate the chip seal the last 6 years, the way we do it today, we take those 5 miles times its lifespan of 6. So that would give us 30 road miles, and our goal is 275 miles of road. But when we throw in our matrix of our parking lots, it's 281 miles. So our goal is to surface everything you have in the network. So our goal is 281 miles of surface treatment this year. So the number's always going to go up or down based on the treatments we're doing, but that's our goal, is to surface 281 miles annually. It doesn't mean, you're physically doing 281 miles. It means the life cycle of the different procedures equate to 281 miles annually. The years we don't hit that mark and we're down 230, 240, 250, then those are the years we're, quote, going to play catch-up. We have not hit a year yet where we're over the 281. But I can give you a complete report in terms of the procedure we're going to do, its lifespan, and how many miles are on the docket, and show that it equals the 281 miles that we want to, as our goal.
So if pricing holds right now, there'll be no increase in paving next year?
I think that's fair. Yeah, that's a fair statement.
Well, and this is one of those things, like, you spend your time, we go to the budget meetings, we work extremely hard, and we analyze the actuals today, we analyze what's been going on with the transfers account. It's hard to put a target on something like this. So when I look at an increase of $40,000 on something which wasn't spent down last year, as a selectman, that sort of sends up a red flag. I've asked you a whole bunch of questions. I always feel like we end up talking in a circle because we never drill down on what the final number is. And I did this, I think, last year at the RTM level. Again, we had the same conversation where paving went down versus the number which is budgeted in the book. I see a lot of other towns making adjustments to cover that very thing. Like, hey, listen, our plan was X, Y, and Z. The numbers dropped. We can reduce by $80,000 to $140,000. I don't see that same conversation happening in Fairfield. I now understand that we have a plan in place, and that for the first time I'm hearing an actual cap on that number of $3.7 million.
With a goal to reduce in 3 budgets.
In
A
3
goal,
budgets to reduce it, my hope would be here that you're here to explain and celebrate the reduction in the reduction there, and I don't think anybody at home should be under the illusion that reduction is going to be like, $700,000. I think we're probably talking about a minimal reduction at that point.
Probably like 250,000 or so in the first
Something
year.
along those here. All right, so with today's information and Scott's answers and his commitment to put a number on as a cap of 730, 3.7, combining the
3.75, don't get me to 100,000 over 2 years, 3,750,000
$3.75 million.
for 2 years.
For 2 years, combining those 2 line items.
Correct.
Correct. I'll withdraw my proposal on that.
Okay, any further, Mr. Bartlett, thank you. Any further
Thank you.
comments?
No, I'm good.
All right. Next item up, any further comments on there?
Go back to your list.
Okay. Next item up is from Solid Waste and Recycling. And this is an adjustment. Oh, did we do this one already, Jen? We did this one already? Okay. you want to go to Board of Ed, or should we go to, let's just take them in sequence then. Board of Ed is actually one line item, even though they have their own book, and I suspect there may be a couple of proposals here. And what I'd suggest, if it's okay with the group, since it's one line item, that we talk through any adjustments to the Board of Ed as a group,
Okay.
and then come back and vote on those in the end, because some proposals may impact what we're doing elsewhere. Does that
Okay.
sound fair?
For an overall combined number.
Board of Ed is only one line item, so we can only make one adjustment in essence.
Okay.
Let's discuss any potential adjustments as a group now, and then come back to make the final amendment as a net adjustment to that, because we can't tell the board exactly what to do in that perspective. Is that okay?
That's okay.
All right? So can I have a motion to consider the Board of Ed?
Motion to consider the Board of Ed.
All right, and a second?
I'll
Good.
second it.
All right, the Board of Ed is now before us. Are there any items that we wish to bring up?
Yes.
Yeah. Are we talking about this first, or?
Well, we're talking,
We're gonna talk in
whatever
general
item you
first.
want, we'll talk.
Okay.
Well, what we're going to do is, because I suspect there are several questions or potential adjustments on the Board of Ed.
Right.
Let's talk about all of them. Because we only have one line item before us,
Okay.
we'll come back and come up with a net number,
Okay.
whatever that is, and talk about that with the Board of Ed. If that sound, does that sound okay?
Yep, that sounds fine.
Then the floor is yours.
Okay. So, do I start with making a motion first, or do I talk first?
Do the motion.
I would wait, why don't you talk first, and what I'm going to suggest, again, is we make one motion at the end.
Okay, that's what I wanted to
Include
clarify.
Include whatever items, so we may discuss some things that we don't want to do. We may discuss some things we do want to do.
Right.
We'll make one motion at the end with a net amount saying, hey, A, B, and C we want to do, and that's a net amount of this much, and that's the adjustment we want to make to the Board of Ed line item.
Okay.
Because we're not adjusting specific line items in the Board of Ed budget.
Okay, right, now I got that. Okay. So, well, just want to thank Dr. Title and his staff for so diligently working this year to reduce the medical expenses by collaborating with the Board of Education bargaining units and agreeing to move to the Connecticut Partnership Plan. This has resulted in significant savings for the district, and we really appreciate the team effort to get us here. As kind of said before, we have to look at the whole town. We're all in this together. We believe that Fairfield should continue to strive for educational excellence while at the same time being mindful of the taxpayers' expenses. Investments in textbooks, maintenance, IT have been clearly demonstrated as needs for our district. Unfortunately, as we've already discussed up here today several times, the town overall is facing a hole in our current budget due to decreased funding from the state. We don't know what that will be, but we know it will be less. Higher than anticipated Board of Assessment appeals numbers, other issues that we've talked about here, on top of at least a 2% reduction to the grand list. So while we believe that the Board of Ed deserves to retain a substantial portion of the requested budget increase, in particular due to the diligence in working to decrease their medical expenses so that this money could be reinvested in the school system, we are going to ask the Board of Education to sharpen their pencils and find some additional savings to help the town maintain its financial health. I'm going to be proposing a $630,000 reduction. This proposed reduction would still leave the Board of Education with a substantial budget increase to make prudent investments for the students. And, you know, perhaps I could throw out one idea that they might want to think about. I know they go in and make their own decisions as what's best. But perhaps they could just, you know, re-examine their budget actuals in all their accounts so far this year and make some adjustments that would have minimal impact on our students. So.
Okay, since we're discussing them, let's take that as a discussion point
Yep.
of the 630, and that's a point to make a, for lack of a better term, a general adjustment.
A general
As
adjustment,
opposed to
yeah.
a specific area.
Yep.
All right. Did you have anything to add on that?
I don't have anything to add on that.
Then what I was going to propose is that we ask Dr. Title or Mr. Dwyer to come up and just talk about the impact of that, or did you want to?
I would want to include this new number you have on your list into the general discussion as an overall whole, if I can.
Well, the thought was we would come back to that, but we're not.
Well, we might as well
Let's-
get it all out there before we hear the
Yeah.
impact.
To come up with a total number.
All right.
Because you have a number here.
All right, this is from Finance. And just to be clear with everybody, this is the number based on updated health insurance numbers and experience for the claims runout that we've talked about. And I'm going to ask Mr. Mayor if you could come up and give us some background on this, unless, do you want to do that in conjunction with the Board of Ed?
I'd like the Board of Ed to go first, and also, Linda just went upstairs to, I just revised some documents to share with respect to that number.
Okay.
That she's getting off the printer.
All right. Dr. Title, if you or the respective members of your team could come to the podium and discuss either the impact of the $630,000 general reduction, or just because not everybody's heard it yet, the item here is there is a potential for taking $1 million adjustment out of the updated health insurance runout. So not to the operating budget per se, but to the internal service fund for additional dollars based on a good experience, and that good experience impacts the IBNR, which impacts the amount required for runout.
Right, so on the health insurance front, yesterday, late afternoon, we received the updated experience that takes us through February. So there's still 4 months to go, and because we're changing over, we have to make sure we have enough money in our reserve account to pay the claims out. So this shows that in the last 2 months, our amount available to pay out those claims has increased by about $900,000. So we do have more money projected to be in the internal service fund than we need to pay out the claims. The fear I have in taking a large chunk of that, and say to pay the 630 if that cut were sustained, is that it begins to dig a deep hole in the 17-18 budget. So the best way to explain it is if what we really need to do to pay out our medical expenses is $20 million, but because we have $1 million of a surplus sitting in there at the end of the year, we only budget, say, $19 million. We go to do the 17-18 budget, and you're $1 million behind. You got to add $1 million to your budget just to catch up. And then whatever the increase is, it goes from there. So I don't think it's as simple as just saying, well, we had 2 months of good experience, so we can just simply, that it's advisable at this point to say that could just be taken from health insurance. In fact, at this point, I don't have a strong opinion about what to do with it, but I'm not sure that we want people to go away saying, well, the Board of Ed has this extra money from the health insurance, so therefore the 630 doesn't really have to come out of anything else. Plus, we have 4 more months, and things can happen. Just as it goes up, it can go down. So that's how that is playing out. And we've always budgeted our health insurance account with guidance from the town bodies as to what the most prudent course of action is. So that's where that stands. So that's good news. Better to have extra money than not enough money. Could have been standing here with a deficit and saying, we need you to add money to our budget. So clearly we don't need that.
And to that point, we've always kind of used the latest available information.
Right.
Last year specifically, there was an increase of about $350,000, if I remember correctly, and the Board of Selectmen at that point added that back into the Board of Ed budget, which is what increased the Board of Ed budget actually over your original request.
Right. It is, and every year I always get the question of, if we cut you, what's going to happen, right? And every year I get the same answer. By now you all know what it is. And the answer is, no one knows for sure, and it's not my decision. All right? I may have some ideas about where that might go, but ultimately that's the Board of Ed's call. Obviously, we put this budget together believing that it was fiscally responsible. It was 2.59%, now it's down to 2.1%. Obviously, we felt the investments we were making were prudent. But as I said out loud at the meetings we had, that obviously, if the town is saying, don't make all those investments, then we'd have to look at those areas that were in fact beefed up for potential areas of reduction. I don't believe that a number of this magnitude would be something that impacts programs or, this is not like 5 years ago when we had, massive layoffs and so forth. I do believe that something will have to give. It's not going to be a matter of, oh, we got the good news on health insurance, we'll just take it out of health insurance. I don't think that would be a wise course of action for us. I know there have been, questions raised about the way we budgeted certain things this year, and we are trying to be prudent and not get blindsided, because the Board of Ed, of course, has no contingency fund. So if we have unusual expenses for whatever reason, special ed, enrollment, whatever, we can't say, well, we'll take it out of contingency. We don't have a contingency. So I don't want to be any more specific about where that might come from. Obviously, we would examine all the line items and do the least possible damage. I've never intentionally tried to damage anything just to make a point. And I do appreciate the kind words about the hard work we did to save the money in the medical retention fund. I would hope that would be, honored and applauded, and we would be able to at least put some of that back into the system where we've been historically underfunding things. I know it's a non-answer to where's the 630, but you get the same non-answer every year, so I don't know if you were expecting something better. But I just want to make the point about the medical retention. That doesn't, it looks like it's money to be had. I'm not sure at this point. I would recommend that at this point that the board take that money, at least not this moment.
Yeah. So what I heard in there, and you said, you don't believe right now that the 630 would affect programs. It's not your decision, it's the board's decision.
Right.
Essentially doing it. 630 is not an over-the-top drastic number which is going to alter the direction of the town right now or the programs or the path the Board of Ed has laid out for our schools. I guess I'm summarizing, it's uncomfortable. It's not the easiest thing, but it is something which, essentially sharpening the pencils, tighten the belt, that type of thing, we can look at or have the board look at for the best way to peel that number back. Is that
Right. We'd have to scale back on, some of the improvements we want to make to the school system. We won't be able to go, do as much as we want to do next year in terms of some of these areas that need, investment. It's up to you to decide how much the town can afford and wants to invest, and it's our job to make it work. But, obviously, felt like this was an opportunity for us to, without going over the top, to, gain back some ground where we've had some accounts really decimated over the years. And, but again, I don't think that's an unfair characterization, Chris.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I would say I would recommend to the Board of Ed the first place they look at is, the actuals, where we're at right now versus the projected when you're crunching the budget. I look at the Board of Ed budget in like a bizarre light. One, they have to pass it in January, and then the town bodies can, ding it up along the way, and then they get another crack at the apple based upon new numbers, essentially in May when the RTM's done with it. It's almost like, here's an opportunity to make a little readjustments based upon new information, and essentially we're sending it back to the board, which we elected to control that. Like we've been doing at the town side, with information coming in, making adjustments. This is something similar. I would think it is the board. You'll have an opportunity to look at where class size or where student enrollment is for next year, closer to May. You'll have an opportunity to get a better number of how many teachers you might need to add or how many teachers you don't need to add based upon class size. You'll have an opportunity to look at who's retired and who's not retired. This health insurance number, which is included in this, I feel is a big number, and perhaps Dr. Tuttle is right to leave a cushion in there to help absorb so there's not $1 million hole next year. But that's an opportunity for the board, which was elected by the town to go ahead and do that. So I think it's a good path we're on.
I just had a question,
Go
like
right
a
ahead.
clarification, just
Go
to,
ahead.
I want to make sure I'm understanding. If they have money, and I don't know if it's who the question's to, the difference, like when I was asking about that other account, the health, the heart and...
Hypertense.
Hypertense, yeah. That money just goes into contingency. If they're running where does that money go? Do they get to...
That's the difference between the internal service fund and the, a line item in the budget.
Okay,
All right, the internal service fund is basically a pool of reserves, so that we go up or down. There are times in the past where the Board of Ed has been negative in that, but because that's a run out over 20 or 30 years, it doesn't have to be paid out in any one year. So
Okay.
that does, there have been times where the town has been negative in that, and they've kind of altered
Okay.
it. Currently, our general liability column in that is, if you may remember from the Board of Finance meetings, is a negative at this point, and we have to make that up over time, but we don't have to make it up by June 30th.
and
So
that's the number we're trying to get to.
Right,
Yep.
because it's a balance sheet account, the numbers we're talking about don't have to be made up by the end of the year. They have to be made up.
Right.
We don't get off the hook entirely, but we can make that up over a number of years. When the Board of Ed was looking at a $1.5 million adjustment, a negative, just a couple of years ago, we worked together, we got 500 grand out of town reserves to transfer over to the Board of Ed to provide a down payment, if
Right.
you will. And then the Board of Ed, over a couple of years, made great progress, by the way. That was very much a surprise, and my compliments again to Dr. Title on that. But they made it up over a couple of years, getting back to zero and now getting to a positive
Right.
in this.
I
And
remember.
only because we're looking at doing away with their component of the internal service fund when they transferred to the Partnership 2.0, are we looking at the IBNR, what do we have to do for the
Okay.
claims run out? It's not going to happen over 20 years, it's going to happen as of June 30th, but they have time to make that back up because
Right.
there's overall reserves in the internal service fund.
Got it.
Did
I
that
just
help?
wanted to make sure I had it, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, did I say that correctly? Just
Was your question on the operating budget too? If we have a surplus in the operating budget, or was that not part of the question?
No, well, I was just, when you were saying that you had money there now, but you didn't know if you would have it at the end. I
The
was
heart-
just-
the heart-
It was more of the,
The heart and hypertension question was a town operating budget question,
Right.
but I will let you answer her question with respect to the Board of Ed budget.
Right, so our operating budget expires at the end of the year. We can't roll it over, we have no contingency to put it in.
Right.
We have a balance left, it goes back to the town's
into that fund.
general fund.
Okay.
In past years, it would be a kind of a moot point now, in past years, that's where we've contributed to this internal service fund if
Right.
we've had an issue. In other years, we haven't had a surplus at all. In other years, it's just gone back into the general fund, but it's not like we can keep it.
Right.
Yeah.
And there are years when we've worked together on that, and back when I was on the Board of Finance, and I'm going to say 2009, Dr. Title, it might
Yeah.
have been before you got here.
It was 2009.
We went through a major crunch in that economy. There were a number of layoffs on the town side, and we, the first selectman at the time, went back to the Board of Ed and said, please help. And the Board of Ed actually made adjustments and returned, I think, $750,000 to the
Right.
town that year. So as much as we're independent, there are times that we do work together.
Right, which is good.
What has the surplus been in the last couple of years given back to the town?
I don't know it off the top of my head. I
I'm
haven't
gonna-
necessarily given it back to the town.
Yeah, I'm
It's
going to
gone.
say, to answer that question specifically, zero, but the answer's not
Right.
zero because the money was used to help address the internal service fund deficit.
On the town
Right.
side?
Right,
Well,
but money
the-
did
the-
come
The
back.
internal service fund in their fund balance for their medical costs.
Okay.
So they had to get from a negative 1.5 million to a positive number. They used their surplus, if you will, unbudgeted, to go into that account to
To
help
cover
address
that.
that concern.
Okay, and that's sort of the money we initially, or your budget looked at originally, the 750 number?
The 730 was originally looking at the claims runout number, and that was over and above what was needed
Okay.
for the projections. The $1 million is based on updated information as of February rather than as of December, and that's an additional excess dollar amount over and above what's needed for the claims runout.
$1 million.
Correct.
All right, thank you,
All
Dr.
set?
Title. I
Okay.
know it's your last
Thank you.
budget, and I appreciate
Yeah.
the work you've done for the students. a fair vote.
Just because the questions revolved around $1 million, it was the Finance Department, Mr. Mayor, that put that together. So I'm going to ask him to step up and talk to us a little bit about that, and also how the internal service fund might work if there were additional claims that came in that were not anticipated or not in our projections.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a little background. This is probably redundant to everybody, but we monitor the healthcare costs on a monthly basis, get the updated information. We got the information yesterday. I got it and then passed it over to Doreen. The Board of Ed and myself looked at it independently. We came up with a number. We were within, I think, $9,000 of each other, because when you get these numbers, it's not all science, it's partially art. The numbers that are on the table, the ones that from Doreen's office, within $9,000, there's no need to have a discussion over that, just use that number. So with that and the additional amount that could be, say, and backing up a little bit, it's not the change in the IBNR, it's the change in this year's experience, which means that at the end of this year, since the healthcare costs of this year are going to be less, that means the money that is budgeted this year to spend on healthcare is carried forward into the next year's budget as revenue. So there's an increase in next year's revenue by $1 million. So that's the change. It's not a change in the IBNR. So now you have that increased revenue, okay, which goes along with the other revenue. So there's no changes in the other revenue. There's no changes in employee contributions. There's no changes in the cost, because it's the premiums based upon the state plan. So you get down to a bottom number, you have a balance. Okay, so if the board were to make the adjustment of the $1,009,000, that balance at the end of 2017, fiscal year 2017, would be zero. There'd be no excess, there'd be no deficit. So making this change, given the latest information, allows the Board of Ed to pay for healthcare costs this year and healthcare costs next year, have no excess run out and no deficit. Okay, now the question comes up, what we're gonna, as Dr. Tyler indicated, there's 4 months to go. And I think all three of you today indicated the issue about not overtaxing the taxpayers. So you're looking at two situations here. If the selectmen choose to make this adjustment and the numbers come in as is, then everything is covered, everything is beautiful, everything is fine, you haven't overtaxed the taxpayers. If we make this adjustment and the numbers actually get better, if you don't make this adjustment and this adjustment stays, this estimate projection stays as is, then you would have overtaxed the taxpayers. But what's the other side? What happens if it goes to the negative? If it goes to the negative, then this is not an operating amount. It's not an amount that affects their operations. It's purely in the internal service fund. So if the experience goes negative on us, that negative can be carried forward into the internal service fund and adjusted and paid for in the future budget. Okay, so the path here, if we're focused on not overtaxing the taxpayers, is to make the full adjustment. With respect to the internal service fund, since this is what we're talking about, and I'm not good at remembering years, but 5 years ago, internal service fund had a negative balance of about $7 million, I think?
Correct.
$7 million, okay. That, as of 7/1/15, is reduced to $2,287,000. Our current projection...
That's a negative $2 million.
Thank you, negative $2 million. Our current projection, given what's going on in the Board of Ed and in the town, is at the end of this fiscal year, that negative is going to turn into a positive of $196,567. So there's also that cushion, if you will, in the internal service fund that could cover any negative experience. I know that's a lot of material, but was that semi-clear?
Any questions from the board?
So your recommendation is to do the million
Correct.
in addition to the 630, which could be absorbed.
630 is your number, million is mine.
Okay, any further questions from Mr. Mayor?
No, makes
All
sense.
right. Just one question from me. If, we talked a lot about the projection, and the projection lines up roughly with what the IBNR is to cover those claims, the claim runout, as it's referred. If, in the next 3 months, that projection, that claim runout got higher, so it went over what the IBNR is, what would happen?
If in the next 3 months it goes negative, that means that the Board of Ed will spend more money this year on their health insurance than these latest projections show, which means that the revenue in the internal service fund next year, the income in the internal service fund next year will be less. Therefore, at the end of the year, there would be a deficit. But it's not a deficit that affects operations, it's a deficit that would go to the internal service fund. Okay, and then that deficit can then be made up by, as you know, if we do have this 196,000 positive, which is a real plus, it's the first time we've seen that in forever in this fund, or it could be budgeted for to be
In fiscal 18,
in fiscal
the Board of
18.
Ed could add additional money to their budget. So the point
to
there is...
make up that deficit,
Right.
as opposed to an operational part of the budget, but you can still budget that internal service fund.
Yeah.
With this 1009, the internal service fund for the Board of Ed, their piece of it, their slice, there's like 4 slices. Their slice is budgeted to be 0. If it's not 0, if it goes into negative, that piece, that one slice, can be budgeted in the future.
So one of
if
the
necessary.
questions that comes up around this, and a lot of it came up around the $730,000 adjustment, was that if they go over, does that mean they have to make it up by June 30th? Are they going to go out and slice teachers and programs and pencils and workbooks? And the answer is no, because it goes into the internal service fund. It's not something that it has to be made up,
Right.
but it doesn't have to be made up by June 30th. So it's
Okay.
not an operating account in that sense.
Correct.
Any other questions? All right, Mr. Mayor, thank you. All right, any other areas of the Board of Ed budget that we wanted to discuss?
Good.
Okay. Then is there a motion concerning the Board of Ed?
I would say we, based upon what we've heard here, we combine the two numbers, which we have just come to, and I guess come up with 1.6, is that 1.630, $1,630,000? Is that right? What's,
1639.
Based on how exact you want to be.
I'm not exactly.
let's knock off the 9.
Okay, so there's a motion to adjust it by $1,630,000. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
From, just again, from my standpoint, I can support the 1 million. I have trouble with the $630,000 because I don't know where that's coming from. And I'm concerned about the impact on the students, the teachers, and the curriculum with that.
All right, I hear your concern. We just heard from Dr. Title that it could be absorbed, and it would be essentially belt tightening, and it wouldn't affect programs. So my thought would be to go forward with that.
Yeah, that's, and as much as I was trying to hear, that wasn't quite what I heard, but since our source is still here, we can check. But in between the two, I heard him have some concerns with the $1 million in the reserve. And so, if you come back.
asked about the 630,000, okay? This $1 million thing is a huge mistake, huge mistake. This thing turns a little bit south, we are in major difficulty. You do not want to touch that.
Could you explain why, from your standpoint?
Well, first of all, we had some cushion in there that got taken out already. So this takes out every possible outcome. And then we're going to be $1 million short next year when we go to budget. So I explained earlier, going to be $1 million to make it up, number one, in 17, 18. And that's the best case scenario. Then what'll happen is the board will go into a deficit if there's any bad experience, and then they'll have to put it in the 17-18 budget on top of that $1 million. That'll be really well received, on top of whatever the increase is. So you are going to cause major havoc, okay? This is a huge mistake. Stay with your 630 number and be done with it. And if things somehow turn really well, then somewhere down the road, another body can take it out. There's too much uncertainty in the next 4 months. You're creating a major hole in the 17-18 budget. You're putting a huge amount of things at risk. I can't tell you what a mistake that would be.
If you could explain where the hole comes from, because I'm not sure I clearly understood that.
So
from
what
your
you're
comments
doing
before.
is, assuming that nothing else happens between now and the end of the year, you're saying we have this one-time surplus, and we're going to use all of it to pay an operating expense. Right? So again, if we have $20 million in real expenses that we have to cover out of the operating budget, now we're only going to budget for $19 million. And we're going to use $1 million of the surplus, right?
Okay, no, explain to me why you're only, I understand that
Because
you
what you're
budget-
doing is,
You're budgeting based on the premiums that the
we're budgeting
state-
based on the premiums.
Okay, and that's not going to change based on what's in the internal service fund.
Well, if you cut $1 million, take this out of the picture, okay, then essentially, we are causing, we're using the one-time $1 million to reduce what we budget,
Okay,
right?
I don't know about that, but right now, the projection is that this $1 million will not be used. It's over and above what's needed for the claims runout. It's in the internal service fund. It's not going to be used. It's going to sit there and be left in the internal service fund. And Mr. Mayor, if you
Right.
could listen up to make sure that we get all three heads on this.
Right.
So I don't see how that impacts the operating budget. So if you could step me through that, because that's what I'm having trouble with.
Right, so if you cut $1.6 million out of this budget,
Just $1 million, please.
Just $1
Keep it
million.
simple.
Take
Just the
this-
internal service fund component.
Right,
Because
take
my
the-
understanding is if we don't use that for the runoff, then it's sitting in the internal service fund at the end of the year. And
right, so you're
we'll
taking
then-
that $1 million out on the presumption that it won't do any damage, because basically, we'll just be able to reduce our budget by $1 million, because this will help pay for it. Otherwise, I've got to take $1 million somewhere.
I'm not, reduce what budget by what? Right
Right.
now, it's already, if projections hold out where they are, it's going to be
Right.
left at the end of the year in the internal service fund.
Right,
If everything we project right now from your budgets says this is going to be left in the internal service fund, why do we have to leave it there, and how does that hurt it? Because that's not
Right.
part of an operating budget, and that's not something, that's only for the internal service fund. If things
but
went,
it impacts what number we have to put into the operating budget for health insurance.
okay, that's what I'm having trouble understanding.
Right,
If you could
that's-
step me through that.
Right, so when we go ahead and we budget, what number do we need? What number did we need to budget for? We look at all the possible sources that are in there. And we have the, income that comes in from the teachers and so on and so forth, right? You got the expenses that you've got to meet. So,
So
right
you're-
now.
And you're talking fiscal 18 or fiscal 17?
17. Fiscal 17, this, if you take, if you cut our budget by $1 million, then the way we're going to make up for that in the health insurance line is by using the $1 million that's sitting in the surplus at the end of the year,
Okay.
right? So,
And if all projections work out, that balances out, if I understand it.
that will balance out with no room for error,
Right.
right? So we've taken essentially $20 million worth of costs we have to cover, 19 from the operating budget, $1 million from the surplus. So then, and if that works out perfectly, that's fine. So the following year, we go to do a budget, and now you have a $20 million number plus 5%, but the rates go up to 21, but your budget line is 19 million.
Okay.
That's what I mean by you're creating a massive hole in the 17-18 budget. On top of the fact that we've got no cushion between now and the end of the year, obviously, things can go south.
So you're just saying the starting point next year would be $1 million down?
That's exactly right. Starting point for 17-18 would be $1 million too low.
However, if you spend it then, won't the following year it be $1 million in the hole?
Well, I think what we want to do is if we actually look like we're going to have that kind of money,
Which we do today.
which we do today, then I think we want to look at some prudent way to spend that down, maybe over a couple of years to cushion the blow of this, right? In other words, you wouldn't want to have it just sit there forever, right? Maybe you wouldn't want to use it all at once. Maybe you'd want to say, all right, we've got that there, let's take 300,000 and, just move it through the system. But, yeah, in the year you take it,
Yeah.
you're going to create a hole.
Yeah, so what you're recommending
Right.
is that we basically tax people for $1 million today and then spread that revenue out over several years.
I don't think it has to do with taxing people. I think it has to do with,
Well, right now, that's $1 million that we're projecting we
Right.
don't need, and it would just sit there, gaining no interest and not doing anything until we determine we don't need it, and then you're proposing we spread that out over several years.
Well, that would
But we
be one
still
way
are
to approach it.
basically
Right.
paying the tax on that money in this year. Because the budget would be $1 million higher than it has to be.
all right, I mean, just taking all the safety nets out entirely between now and the end of the year, and I think setting us up for a major hole down the road. So it's not how I would do it, but it's up to you.
But
If
in
that's the
terms-
direction, then that's what we would do. We'd take it all out of the health insurance and roll the dice.
In terms of the, but from your standpoint, as long as you don't create that, you're concerned about the hole and a year-to-year increase in the Board of Ed budget.
Right.
All right, so what you're trying to do is minimize that increase. So if we took half of that number, that would basically spread it over 2 years.
Right, and give you some cushion that things go south in the next 4 months. You're not going to be in a situation where we have to make it up again.
Yeah, you never have to do that.
Right.
If things go south, it's in the internal service fund, you have years to make it up. So you're going to pay for every single dollar of
That's
health
right.
claims if it
Right.
goes south, but you're not going to have to pay for it by June 30th.
Right.
So there is no major adjustment trauma. You're not sitting here laying people off and cutting classes and doing that type of thing, because you don't have to make it up in the operating budget in any one year.
It all depends on how well that's received by the people that are sitting in your seats a year or 2 or 3 from now, right? You guys, as well as others. But, sure, it goes into the big picture. I hate to create a problem where that the Board of Ed has to dig out of a hole just to get back to zero, and then they start adding on top of it.
Yeah.
And it looks like, well, there's this massive health insurance increase. Thought we changed plans to save all this money, and now you're coming in with this massive increase. Maybe that wasn't a good move. So I'm just seeing this thing swing so much month to month. We've seen it,
nauseating.
and at the end of the day, sure. I mean, I always presume people will be reasonable about making up any deficit, but the Board of Ed has always been one to say, look, we have to hold up our end of the bargain, trying to be as conservative as possible. And we had some good months, and anyway,
Yep,
I
would
made my
suggest-
point.
yep.
So
I would suggest to you, well, one, thank you, because I wanted to understand when you talk about creating a hole, what that means.
right,
I wanted to understand what you meant by causing a problem. And the issue is, in essence, raising an extra $1 million this year so it can be spread out through future years. In terms of the boards, I think we've got a good history of going back when there was a $1.5 million adjustment that had to be made. Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance, and you and I met several times through that.
Right.
And made sure that we cut back on town spending to make sure that if we needed to help with that, we did. And then, again, compliments to you in terms of being able to
Right.
make that up. But we put major expenses on hold on the town side. To Mr. Bartlett's comment earlier,
right.
we put major paving projects on hold to make sure we had the funding around in case we had to help out with that $1.5 million. But I'm just trying to get to the facts and make sure we're both understanding, in fact, our board is understanding
Right.
how the dynamics work in terms of the internal service fund, both what I'll call the P&L, but the operating budgets in terms of, those are not, the service fund is not something that has to be made whole by June 30th or by the end of the fiscal year.
Right.
So it's not something that threatens the Board of Ed, because I know they have some personal liability in that. It's not the type of thing that threatens the students or teachers or curriculum.
Right. That's correct.
Okay, and your major goal is, don't take it all in one year, please spread it out over time, if I can paraphrase your request.
Yeah, and we still have to make it this year, but yes.
But what we're voting on now doesn't impact this year directly, but yes.
Right. Okay.
Can I ask,
Go ahead.
is there a combination number between the two you're comfortable with?
I don't know. I mean, I was good with the 6:30 10 minutes ago.
No, until I heard from our
Right.
CFO.
Thanks a
I know
lot.
we have, so-
Right. You know, so,
6:30.
yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think that there's going to be this uncertainty going down to the end of the year here. Like to try to, cushion this a little bit. I know we're facing a $250,000 cut from the state on special ed expenses. I know that's already sort of been baked into the
That's-
earlier.
No, that has been added in, but just to be clear,
Right.
out of that 730, that was originally out of a surplus amount of 1.2 million.
Right.
What we did is take 730 out of that. We put $250,000
Right.
into the Board of Ed budget to cover the projected governor's cost. We left $150,000 in the internal service fund to cover additional fees that there may be some question, but we believe that the Board of Ed may get hit with in terms of moving to this.
Right.
And that left $100,000 exit. So the 730 was just over half of what the original excess was. So we very definitely tried to keep that 250 in to keep the Board of Ed whole.
Right.
If, assuming that goes through, it's only a projection at this point, but assuming that goes through. And then another 150 that there's a likelihood that it may come up in fees, but there's some question as to whether that will really hit or not. But we've left that in so that that's available to pay the 150, so that doesn't hit students, teachers, or curriculum.
Right.
Right.
And there's another $100,000 that is sitting there just in excess.
I don't want to give you a number. That's for you guys to do.
Okay. Mr. Mayor? If you could.
In the Board of Ed budget, on page 159 of the budget book,
That's 159?
yes, sir. Look at the light blue column on the right, which is their budget with the CT Partnership 2.0 plan.
Can you give us the title at the top, column number for that, please?
6.
Gotcha. Almost on the right.
If you go down to the pink and red numbers, you see that the budget this year includes $26,721,000 for the state plan. It includes $1,397,000 for dental. It includes $1,980,000 for Cigna runoff and $500,000 for cushion. This is the opposite side of the whole. Those numbers go away for next year's budget. So I don't see, maybe I didn't follow it, but I don't see the whole argument. Basically, the budget is actually, well, if you look at the next year's budget, you would be building off of a base that is $2,500,000 higher than the needs for operations and healthcare insurance. Because these numbers, the need to budget this in 17 goes away in 18.
The runoff in the reserve you're talking about.
Correct. And the other part is, the Board of Ed does not have to deal or live with any uncertainty over this next 4 years, because it's separate from ops. It's isolated in the internal service fund. The internal service fund, unlike the Board of Ed, can run a deficit.
So that money is money that'll come out of the operating budget next year?
No. Well, look,
Those
this, yes.
two numbers you're talking about?
Those two numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you look at comparing, when you sit here, it's going to be the same three of you. When you sit here looking at the 18 budget, when you compare it to the 17 budget, the 17 budget is going to be higher, not from operations, but from healthcare runoff. Because in essence, what you have in the 17 budget is 13 to 14 months of healthcare, not 12 months of healthcare.
Right.
So the 17 budget is actually, when you're looking at the 18 budget, comparing it to a 17 budget from ops perspective will be artificially high.
So that would be a number
So-
that would be artificially high in this book somewhere? Sorry, Larry.
No,
No.
in 18.
He's just saying, like, when we line it up next year and we're looking at it
Right.
item to item, apples
Right.
to apples, all of a sudden this number is going to be that much
Right.
lower. So overall, it would look like the budget's just a little bit lower if everything stayed exactly the same.
I didn't follow you, but it
If-
sounded like you followed me.
Yeah, no, I think I did. I just
No,
said if
no.
we line everything up, that those two items are going to go away next
They're
year.
gonna go
So
away
the,
next year.
so the bottom line number, if everything was going to be exactly the same, we'd need a little bit less because we don't need those two numbers next year.
Correct, you need $2 million
Right.
less. So there's already a built-in 2 million over 160 increase in the 18 budget, which is a 1.3%, 1.4% increase.
Is it possible to see that what we'd be looking at next year for the healthcare costs in this budget book?
Yes, you'd be to 26,720 plus the 1,397 plus 6%. Or 8%. Who knows where the state 2.0 is going to go.
Better figure 8.
But it's,
Well, historically, I think they were saying 5, but
yes, because the various preventive healthcare programs they have, they do better.
so these are the numbers that we'd be comparing to from the prior year?
Correct.
Right.
That box, the expensive box, which adds up to 30,600,000, will be 2.5 million less next year, offset by 8% of 28 million, which is whatever that number is. But that's part of your ongoing operations. Healthcare costs go up.
Does that make sense to you guys?
I think I'm more confused.
No, I think, so if we spend
Sorry.
exactly
I
the
think
same
Laura-
amount
Laura,
next
excuse me,
year.
Selectmen McFarland.
I was going to say, so if we just spend exactly the same amount next year, that they're already getting a bit of an increase.
Correct.
Because we've,
Correct.
Right.
Because they don't have to pay, this goes out of their budget.
right.
If I could, Dr. Tittle, you were talking about some gap. Is this the sheet you would work with to describe that? Just so got apples and apples here?
So this also has on it a starting point, a base starting point of cash that's coming over from the previous year, and that won't be there either. So what you need to look at is, I mean, he's right on in terms of, we're just doing this in the office today. If you look at, you take the 16, 17 expenses, just those two lines, and multiply them by, say, 6%, right? That gives you a number. Then you have to ignore the balance on July 1 at the top because it's not going to be there. Then you have to look at your revenue, which is right there, and then basically the difference is the purple.
Purple is, that's...
Yeah, the second line down, it's BOE operating budget. That's what you'd need to put in there.
Okay, so that sounds like you're agreeing with what Mr.
Well, no,
Mayor said.
because I think that, yes, you're going to not have the Cigna runoff and the reserve, but you're also not going to have that balance to start with at the very top of the page.
So you're talking about the 723? That balance?
No, the balance of,
Which balance?
the
Okay,
the
this
first line, the balance
it.
on July 1. When we look at income,
Yep, no, I got it.
see, you've got
That is in the
income
run
there that we use as a starting point, right? So that's the, that goes away as well. So to some extent, that balances it out. So if we're able to leave, if we were to,
So you're basically
Yep.
saying you start with 2.5 million roughly less in income, and you have 2.5 less in expenses, so the net is zero.
correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I can paraphrase, you guys do agree from that standpoint?
Well, that's a missing piece, that, you know, he's right, that there won't be a runoff, right? And there won't be a reserve for potential increase, right? We won't be dealing with a runoff. Okay, so we'll just take the two numbers, and multiply them by, say, 6%, and it turns out that at the end of the day, you end up with about a, 5 or 6% increase, provided you leave your operating budget at that number. So that's how it works.
So the gap is just the 5 or 6% increase, it's not,
Well, 5 or 6% of 20 million is a million.
right, but that's the trend in healthcare, and that's one of the challenges we have, both as a town and the Board of Ed, is that healthcare
Right.
costs are trending up at that level.
Correct. But at least they'll be trending up over a lower number, which is the advantage of going to this plan.
Right. And by using a larger participant base, they're also trending up lower than we were individually, so. we
They've been
went on
promised,
both.
yes, the trending there has been 4 to 5%.
Assuming past performance can be a
Predict future,
results,
future
yeah.
results. So I just want to add that we no longer have the benefit, on the income side of this, of the balance at the top. That was my only point.
Yeah, and no longer have the expense of the runoff at the bottom.
Correct.
Which tend to cancel each other out.
Pretty close.
Okay, thank you.
The only other comment I would make is...
You got to make them from the podium, Mr. Mayor.
When you vote, you can't vote one number. Or you can vote one number, I guess, but you should designate, because as you can see, the general service fund's over here.
That's two
Ops is
separate
over
ones.
here. Now, with respect to the general service fund, I understand everything that Dr. Tile's saying. He understands everything I'm saying. The only difference is there is no uncertainty in my mind. He's concerned it would flow somehow into ops. It should not. But if you're making, an internal service fund decision, you're also making an ops decision. I think you should be clear with your direction on what your decision is by each piece,
Okay.
as opposed to one number.
Just, the sheet
Yeah,
we
I
have
think so.
before us identifies Board of Ed budget, it gives us one line item to make that adjustment to, that's what the $1 million.
That is the internal service fund.
Oh, that line
Yes.
item. It says BOE budget.
Yes, that is
Doesn't-
the that is the BOE portion of the internal service fund.
So where is that,
That's-
58900, is that in the budget book for the Board of Ed somewhere? Where's that? Where do I find that line item? 558,900. And sorry, guys,
Page
I'm just trying to be
310.
clear on where
Page
this thing's coming
310.
from. I don't mean
No,
to-
that's okay.
Page 310.
Page 3.
Better to understand, make sure we've got
Is it
it.
the town or the,
In the green
Tab.
book, yeah. Because you can only vote it.
You can only vote one number, but you should give guidance.
Okay, so that's the number for the whole Board of Ed budget.
Yes,
So we can only vote one number.
yes.
And with our guidance, what does the Board of Ed then do?
I think they understand your guidance.
Well, I think if we
Right.
make it clear that this money, this number comes out of that fund, has
Well,
nothing.
And my question is exactly that. How-
Right.
What adjustment do they make? Given they understand that, given they want to do that, what adjustment do they make as opposed to going down and
I
looking
think
at their
what
operating
you,
budget?
well, what you said is they don't need to because it's going to come out of the fund if for some reason they go under.
Well, that's not, I'm
Over.
just talking about right now, where the $1 million adjustment would be if we did that, or if we did 500,000, or if we did something else. Where does that, what is the
I'm
Board
sorry, I
of,
understand the question, I apologize.
we're going to give guidance to the Board of Ed if we make an adjustment. if we make an adjustment with respect to the internal service fund and this reserve, we give, I'm going to pick 500,000. If we took 500,000 and said, we're going to reduce the budget by this, we expect it to come out of the reserve in the internal service fund, what does the Board of Ed do with that guidance? Where do they take that number from? How do they make sure that doesn't impact their operating budget?
They do, Ms. Mansell is very competent at being able to track those numbers and take care of that, yes.
Ms. Mansell, would you just step up and step us through that so we kind of pretend we're on the Board of Ed and what you would tell us to do with it? And guys, I'm just doing that so we understand what's taking place. I don't mean to...
It's important.
If you cut our budget, the only place we have to take it from is our operating budget.
Okay, that's not what I just heard.
No, the operating budget,
Yeah.
that's the only budget that's before us, the Board of Ed operating budget.
So is
Okay.
this a separate item, maybe just out of the town budget?
No, it's the Board of Ed.
operating budget includes insurance.
Right, so in our,
Okay.
so, right, so what we're saying is,
Got it.
we've got,
So tell me how you get that out of the internal service fund without impacting the operating budget, or specifically students, teachers, and curriculum.
we take it out of the health insurance line.
Okay.
You know, in other words, the health insurance line, right now, we budgeted, it was in the 20 million, where is it here? Right here?
Yeah.
We budgeted 20,846,039. So let's just take an example that, for example, the guidance on the 730 was, you know, you have a surplus.
Same transaction.
Same transaction. We would reduce that number by 730,000.
Okay.
So that would go down to 20 million, say 110,000, whatever that is, right? That's how we would do it. So instead of sending 20,800,000 over to the internal service fund, we would send 20,100,000 over to the internal service fund.
Okay.
Right.
So as much as, if I can, and we used to, in physics class in college, we used to have a club called the Missouri Club. And I thought it was a play on the words misery, because anybody taking freshman physics was in misery. But they said, no, Mike, it's Missouri. It's the show me state. So you go to extra help, and they'd show you how to do it.
Right.
So forgive me for being in the Missouri Club on this one.
That's fine.
But looking at this and saying, so what, in translating, as much as the 2.5 million in revenue in the top line counterbalance the 2.5 million dollars in reduced expenses on the bottom, the 2.5 million in revenue at the top line isn't recorded anywhere in this year's budget.
Correct. It's not in our budget anywhere, it's just used to calculate
So
what we
it's-
need to put into balance.
There's no revenue section of your budget.
Right.
So this is in essence an off-the-book source of revenue. So going forward, you wouldn't have an off-the-book source of revenue, and you'd only have the reduction in the expenses, which is what you're concerned about. In essence, you're concerned about how it looks from a standpoint of what's going forward.
I mean, it's like, if you said, look, there's enough of a surplus, so we're going to cut $1.5 million out of your budget. Feel free to take it out of the health insurance account because we think the internal service fund has enough money in it. The only contribution we make to the internal service fund is this line, this health insurance line. So we would reduce that line by $1.5 million. And that would be the new base for the following year's budget. Be $1.5 million lower than that number. That's mechanically how it would work. And that line doesn't buy books or anything along those lines. That's how it would play out. Is that correct? Yeah. And then we'd have to see whether or not, in fact, that's sufficient. And then we get into a whole discussion about what if it isn't. But that's how it would play out. We would, and the Board of Ed is always looking for guidance on this because the Board of Ed has, and this was before my time, got itself into trouble when the or somebody cut the budget, and then the Board of Ed went in and actually cut this line, and people cried foul and said, you're playing games, don't do that. That was not the thing. So anytime...
That's a very painful memory.
It was a painful memory, right? And so the Board of Ed has been looking for guidance, basically to get the okay from the fiscal authorities, that if they're cut, say, $1.5 million, that they sort of have the go-ahead to take that $1.5 million out of the health insurance line, because in previous years, that's been a problem in terms of, making sure we're doing the right thing.
I mean, I don't mean to speak for my colleagues, but I think part of our discussion earlier was to be very explicit in what our any adjustment, any recommendations along those lines would be. I could use some clarity from finance. On this sheet we were given, and you don't need to leave just yet, but on the sheet we're given, there's a $1 million today's cut sheet.
Oh, yes.
Adjustment sheet. It's $1 million. Does that include the 730 that was already made?
No.
So that's
It's in
$1 million
addition to-
in addition to the 730.
I have a piece of paper.
Um,
That I can hand out if you like.
So I'm trying to track that against the $2.5 million here. Good. I'm sorry, I think we are going back, and I don't mean to have you stand up there unnecessarily.
No. You want us, we'll come back if needed.
What's that famous line, "Don't leave the state"?
We're not.
Thanks, Bob.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, could you take us through this when you get done handing it out? Guys, I hope this doesn't make it more confusing.
It will. As I think Selectman Timiak pointed out earlier, the Board of Ed is required to complete their budget by January or some such date. So they use the latest information they have available at that time. Based upon the latest information they had available at that time, if you look at the top line, the budget book November, there was a surplus, there was extra money available, cushion for the reserve of $727,000, which was made up of the fund balance plus the $500,000 reserve that they put in their budget, that you saw on page 159. They also had in there as $3,440,000 for special ed requirements, revenue, excuse me. Second line, governor's budget reduced the special ed revenue by $250,000. Third line, the revised budget projections through December made it increase the 727 to 1080. The first selectman made an adjustment of $980,000 to health insurance, leaving a cushion in there of $100,000, and added $250,000 in tent. Again, it's one line item, but this breaks out the mechanism and the accounts behind the intent, for a total cut of $730,000. Now, nothing since then has happened on the special ed side that we're aware of. On the health insurance side, we now have new information through February. February, the revised projection as of February leaves an excess of $1,989,000. The first selectman adjustment to this internal service fund line item, this health insurance line item, was $980,000, meaning there is remaining excess, titled on here as the updated excess, of $1,009,000. And if we get favorable experience in the next 4 months, that number will go up. If we have negative unfavorable variance, the number would get eaten into. If the number gets eaten into, it stays in the internal service fund side, and it gets absorbed in the internal service fund because the service fund is now positive and there's room for some absorption there, or it gets budgeted in the 18 budget.
All right. So, well, first of all, any question on what Mr. Mayor just said? I don't mean to.
Nope, makes sense.
Gotcha on that.
All right. So if I can try and summarize part of this. This kind of explains what is happening from a transactional sense in the internal service fund. Part of what Dr. Title was referring to is in addition to the $161 million and change that Board of Ed gets from the town, at least for this year, there's an additional $2.2 million they get from the internal service fund in terms of that starting revenue. So the concern is that when looking at the year-to-year difference, when that additional source of revenue goes away, everything in this account is then funded in the Board of Ed budget. So that's what would create, because you wipe out a source of revenue. You wipe out $2 million in additional revenue beyond what the town line item is.
Right, and then
That
I
would
think
show an
Dr.
increase of $2 million just to get to zero on the health insurance line.
Well, no, but I think what Dr. Tyler was saying, and we said that if you combine our conversations, and, you know, probably neither of us in our first presentations were totally clear. If you combine the conversations, you got, on the expense side, you got the $2.5 million coming out, and on the revenue side, you got the $2.2 million coming out, so they offset each other. But that really has nothing to do with, what to do with the insurance service fund. I mean, it's it's nothing to do with their ops budget.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get to, and what
It has nothing to do with the ops budget.
what will be,
Now, if you want them to have a
Budget.
higher budget base to build off of, then don't make a cut.
I'm just trying to understand where we are.
Yeah, and
And what takes place.
I was just trying to make, I thought that might make it real
Yep.
clear.
Let me finish, and then perhaps you can answer the question. What I'm trying to do is understand that this 20 million that is currently in the ops budget would have to increase next year, or would it have to increase? I'm trying to look at what the year-to-year difference will be in that one line item, BOE operated budget.
If you take their healthcare insurance total number of $27 million, and you deduct the employee contribution of $7,778,000, plus $165 for the Hartford, you come up with $20 million.
Assuming you start with 27 and subtract 7, I like your math.
Exactly right.
However, I'm trying to get to
The
this.
numbers happen.
I'm trying to get to
I
this
just got
20.
to it. You got 27 down at the bottom, right?
I can't find the 27.
What's the sum of the first two numbers? The two red numbers, I think.
I don't see two red numbers.
I think it's talking about those two.
Yeah, that's just
It's
2.4
26
million.
No, it's 26 million.
There's a whole bunch of numbers in between that are added in and subtracted out, and that's my concern.
Okay, they're pink numbers, I apologize. The pink numbers are 26,000,007 plus 1 million, that's $28 million. Correct? The two pink numbers add up?
26.7 and 1.3, okay?
All right, it's 28
28.
million. The numbers up above, the 5.6, the 1.357, 725,000,
Yep.
add up to $8 million?
6, 7, okay?
Close, yeah.
Okay. So next year, both those numbers will go up by 5%.
So the 20 million will go up to 21, or the 21 will go up to 22? kind of thing?
So the difference in the two is 5% of $20 million, which would be the normal increase in healthcare.
Okay, but we don't, other than this sheet, we don't have this broken out anywhere in terms of the Board of Ed number for health insurance.
But, well, other than this sheet, I'm not sure what you're saying. This sheet is, I mean...
Yeah, what I'm trying to do is look
Pretty
for
good
a
sheet.
page and line item in this book, so when we look at this next year, I can point to that page and see that's the number
Oh.
they said would increase.
There is a page in the executive summary
Again,
section
I
somewhere.
don't mean to hog the conversation, guys, I'm just trying to...
go ahead.
What page is this? 31, I believe. Yeah, page 31. Line 2,
Which book?
Board of Ed book. That $20 million number is a component of the line 2 number.
The $25 million number?
Yes,
The
sir.
benefits line.
Okay, but health insurance isn't broken out separately. Ms. Montel, is the health insurance broken out separately so we can see that 20 million line, or is it?
It's 36, 35,
Yeah, page 35.
201.
Okay, so if, then Dr. Title, if I could, if this number is listed as 20,800,000 here, that doesn't include the 2.5 in additional revenue, and it doesn't include the 2.5 in additional expenses, this number shouldn't change more than the trend in the health insurance. Am I saying that right?
It just happens to work out that way. It's one of those conveniences.
So this is the number we compare to next year to see what the difference in healthcare insurance is budgeted, correct?
That's our proposed number that we proposed in this budget. Now, we're already presuming a 730 reduction in that number, and maybe even more. So what we're going to be comparing it to is, at the end of the day, what's the number after all the cuts are made to it. So that's the number we put in there as the base for next year. But right now, based on a 730 cut, that number is going to go down to 20,100,000. And if you cut more and say take it out of health insurance, it will go down even further. So the new base will be, that number will keep getting reduced. If you say you can cut out of health insurance, this is where it comes, right from that number.
Just to
Right.
keep the math simple, let's just
Yes.
assume we cut the $1 million.
Right.
And again, that's for math purposes.
Yeah, I understand.
All right. Next year, this number would be
So, right, so
21 million compared to 19 million?
Right, so we're at about 20.8. We'll round it off after the 7 and 30 cut, let's call it 20. You cut another million, now it's down to 19. Right, so the new base is 19 as we go into the next budget season. That number will not be 20 million, 8 something, that number will be 19 million. Right? Okay? And then that number will have to increase to reach the threshold of the expenses that Mr. Mayor walked you through.
Correct.
So if our real expenses are 20, and 5% of that's 21, and so now we have to go from 19 to 21. That's how it works out. So that's what happens. The new base will be down to 19. Right? So if you go and take those numbers that he mentioned and you multiply them all by 5%, you'll come up with about 21 million in expenses that we'll need to cover, and our base will be 19. Base will not be 20,800,000.
Well, the
or
base
even
will just
20
be
million.
what was in the budget this year, but when you budget it next year, that'll be your number,
It'll
whatever
be
you
right.
need
So
today.
yeah, so we're pulling the base down to, let's say, again, under your example, we'll be pulling the base down to about 19 million, and then your expenses for next year will be based on the two figures at the bottom multiplied by 5%, and that's what you'll have to do.
Right, but so you put that in, and then somebody will be telling us why it's,
Why is this?
we'll know why it's
what
that
is this?
number, because we'll
Exactly.
remember from
Yeah,
this, but.
exactly. You'll say, oh, I remember this.
Right.
Right. It won't be me.
So in
Are you gonna come watch?
Right.
the visiting professor.
Yes. I may be here to consult on health insurance for the Board of Ed next year, at the rate we're going.
So again,
Nobody will want to do this. Right.
again, and I'm sorry to belabor this, but I
No,
think
no,
this is
go ahead.
very important.
It's.
And I'm trying to understand kind of what's real and what's perceived in terms of how we look at this.
Right, so you understand how the base will come, that number, the 20.8 million, that when you say, okay, we're taking 730, there's enough in health insurance, we take that down by 730. Then if you say, hey, look, there's another million, now we take that down to 19. Now that's our new base as we budget that particular line to the next year. That has no impact on the expenses. Expenses are going to be exactly what they are. Right. Right? So
And in this case-
I'll do some quick math and let you know.
Okay, but just again, it is,
Yeah.
well, go ahead, I don't mean to hold you up. Go ahead and do the new math.
We'll
so
do,
we have all
I'll
the
give you a
information.
little quick math, so
Yeah.
I can give you a forecast of what the budget increase in this line will be next year if the base is 19 million. I can at least give you that information. Okay?
Okay. It seems to me, at least in part, one of the questions is, do we leave excess funds in the budget now? And, tax people, assuming that didn't exist, or take that out, use that to reduce taxes, either all in this year, or if we take part of that out, use that to reduce some taxes this year and spread it out over a few years, because I think what Dr. Title's point earlier was that by, if the projections say we don't need that, that's excess reserve, assuming those stay on track, then a year from now, we'd have $1 million to figure out what to do with.
Right.
And do we then take the benefit? But it seems to me that whenever we do that, we're going to see the same step function or same
It's still gonna
increase.
happen, right.
And if we spread that money over time, then we use it there. But we're then basically taking, and the question I think is before the board is, do we take taxpayer money, keep it in reserve and kind of spread it out over time, or reduce the taxpayers, then taxpayers for the money as we need it going through? And because of the internal service fund, and because of drawing down some of those components from time to time, we've been able to use the reserve in the internal. If the internal, instead of a plus 2.5 starting fund, let's go back a few years when it was negative, as much as $2 or $3 million, then you would have to, in fact, over budget to do that, to make that up, and that was done. And then good experience to help with that over budgeting to balance that out. So some of the tax increases in the past have been higher to balance that out. With premiums on a health insurance plan, we're not worrying about balancing out the reserves
Right.
in this anymore. So at some point, we have a transition to make.
Right.
Once we're done with that, then it's just the premiums going forward. So it's a little bit easier to manage the year to year. We're passing the risk on to the insurance provider.
Right.
The town isn't taking it. This might be cheaper in the long run, at least in the past, compared to premium-based programs, because we didn't have the state option. But it also meant we took the risk and we had to balance out the year-to-year adjustments. Does that all make sense?
Yeah, I'm following you on it, and I'm trying to square it with my intention when I walked in here before we were given this $1 million number, and what I spoke to about in research was, basically I wanted to make sure I gave a number of things which jumped out of us at the budget when we were during our budget meetings, a number which I could go back and have the Board of Ed look at new actual numbers versus what was proposed back in January. They would get a better assessment of the amount of students and enrollment increases, and that's what pretty much my number was based on around there, an opportunity for them to really tighten up that aspect of what I see in the budget as definitely an area of cautious expectations throughout. And now I'm beyond confused with the $1 million new projection number here, basically talking about a $1.6 million cut or adjustment is not what.
Well, I think we're talking about two totally different things.
Right. But at the end, you want to have a number so that the Board of Ed can actively look and figure out what we want. But you also, Dr. Title's point there, we got two separate numbers.
Well, I mean,
And,
yeah, if you're willing to take the money out of the fund, I'm not getting the word, but internal service fund, that's what I wanted to call it. And assume that we're going to stay on track, that we're not going to end up with a big excess, we'll just kind of end even. If we did run over, if it gets worse, then we can pull the money out. We don't have to settle up by the end of June.
Yes,
Right,
well,
and
in
then-
essence, we can, if we take the money out now, in fiscal 18, we can put it back in for whatever we ran over.
Right.
But we've also got, as we pointed out, at least $100,000 of unspoken for money.
Right.
Potentially $250 if the governor's budget doesn't go through a stand.
Right.
Though I don't project, we count on that.
Yeah.
And another $150 that we believe may be in fees, but it's not confirmed yet.
Right. So that
I have the
million-
numbers if you're interested.
Well,
Go ahead.
Selectmen.
Let me just finish.
Oh, sure.
So my thought was just that, so if I look at it as two totally separate items, even though I know we have to put it together and say one number, this number has no impact on the kids and the
Right.
program and the teachers and what we're trying to do with the schools. And then the other number that we were talking about is totally separate, and, there might be ways in the operating budget where that money could be adjusted for. So it's still two totally separate things. I don't see any reason in a year where, we've got all these other issues going on and the grand list has come down, why not use that $1 million if we can to offset the taxes, the tax burden? That's where my head is at this moment.
I think the other way to say it, that 630 definitely comes out of the operating budget. The $1 million is an adjustment in the internal service fund that goes through the operating budget.
Right, that's how I'm looking at it.
As two separate transactions. That,
Right.
okay. Dr. Title?
Sure, so if you, so to keep the numbers round, so if you reduce the budget by the 730 plus the million, let's say, that would bring our base number this year, the number going forward would be $19 million. So hold that in your head, $19 million. So that's our base. When we look at our expenses, we've got approximately $28 million worth of expenses, medical and dental. A 5% increase on that brings you to about $29,400,000. That's what you have to cover,
What was that number?
$29,400,000. That's your $28 million and a 5%, medical inflation rate.
Right. But that's not counting the additional sources of income. we
So
have in this year.
now above, okay, yes, so now, what do we have to pay that? Well, we have the income sources above. The income sources above, and also you would multiply those by 5% as well. When you do that, you end up with about $8.2 million in income. Right? It's about 7.8 now, plus 5%. The net of those is of $21,200,000. So that would be what we would have to then put in the Board of Ed operating budget for 17-18, the difference between our revenue of 8.2 million and our expenses of 29,400,000.
Which is approximately 10%.
2.2 million.
Right, but approximately 10%?
Sure, so you'd be going from a $19 million base to a $21.2 million number, so that's 2.2 divided by 19. So it's more than 10%, but it's what it is. So it's a $2.2 million estimated number that the Board of Ed will be need to put in its operating budget for 17-18. Normally, if it were perfectly normal, and you had $20 million of expenses, and you budgeted $20 million, 5% increase, you'd be putting $1 million in. So the Board of Ed, instead of putting $1 million into the budget, will be putting in $2.2 million into its operating budget. And we're talking about the 17-18
Yep.
operating budget. So does that help?
Yes, it does. In
Okay.
fact, specifically, if we stayed where we are, our trend's been about 8%. So instead of the 2 million, that would be 1.6 it would go up under current trends. Because we're in the new insurance program, the Partnership 2.0, that has a lower trend, so it increases $1 million. So the issue is the Board of Ed number at this point, based on projections and premiums, would be $1 million over and above what the,
Typical year would be?
yes.
Yes. So that's my point about how this will catch up to us in the 17-18 budget.
But after that, it then is a 5%.
Then you're set.
The normal trend and everything else. So we get, that's the transition.
Exactly, and that's why I was saying that, that maybe we don't want to have this cliff involved in this. That was how that whole discussion got going. So that's how it would play out. So, I mean, those are the facts. And leave it at that, I guess.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Thanks for the in-session math on that.
Right.
Any further questions from our resources?
I think what he ended up with was about a $2 million increase, plus or minus. $2 million increase divided by the total budget is like 1.15 or 1.2%.
Total budget being total town and Board of Ed?
Total
or
Board of
total
Ed budget. Total Board of Ed budget.
Just Board of Ed.
This Board of Ed budget. So like this year, for example, if you look in the budget books, the increase for the Board of Ed budget was well, right now it's 2.14, but it was 2.59 or 2.49 or something like that, which was really, from an operations perspective, close to 5%, but was put in at the 2.5 because of the savings in the healthcare. So what you'd see is the flip in 18. Instead of getting a savings to your budget side, you'd get the flip side, which is the increase, which I guess was the earlier comment about the whole.
Right.
Because it has to go up, the budget as a whole has to go up to 1.15, 1.2% to make up for that difference in the healthcare.
Got it. Thank you. Any further questions from?
Can I
the board?
call a 15-minute caucus? I
Sure.
run to the men's room,
Yep.
if it's okay.
All right. You can call a caucus or just a pause, actually. We're going to take a
Pause.
break
That's
for about 15 minutes. Let's adjourn back at 5:30.
Yeah, over the workshop.
All right, Jerry, we'd like to bring the meeting back in order. Can you let me know when?
You're all set, sir.
We're all set. Mike is working? Okay, I'd like to call our meeting back to order. We're a little bit later than planned. Thank you all that are remaining for your patience. And going back to our Board of Ed discussion. I think when last we talked, there are two different items under discussion. One was a initial, I think, suggestion of a $600,000 cut to operations. What I'm going to suggest is, because one of these is operations, one of these is internal service fund, we perhaps take them individually, even though when they net out, it'll be one number.
We're still going to do one total number?
Well, that's all we can do.
Right.
But my thought was that we do two different amendments. We amend it one and then amend it a second time so that our discussions are clear and any guidance we give are appropriate.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
And I thought since it came up first, we might take a look at the operations number. And is there any further discussion before we make an official amendment for that?
If we're talking about operations, I mean, my intent was to come here today with a solid number based upon the questions we asked at the Board of Finance / Board of Selectmen joint meetings with the Board of Education. I came to a number which, there were a couple things which jumped out in the book, and I've had backup conversations along the way, and I've looked into different things in the book. And one of the items which I specifically jumps out at me as almost a wrong way of doing it is it appears to me that there's almost a double contingency in here for teacher allocations moving forward. And I say that from the standpoint on the book of page, I think it's page number 131
And that's in the Board of Ed budget book?
in the Board of Ed budget book. And I asked these questions at the meeting, and we have here an assumption graph or chart which basically outlines just in case there's class size rollovers and vice versa. And the recommendation, I guess, according to this chart, is 12. The budget book subtracts 5, leaving 7 extra teachers in the book. Which I understand the logic, and I don't want to leave a class short, but when I flipped that to the other page with the teacher retirement page here,
Do you have a page number for that?
page 32,
32 is an explanation page?
Yes, 32 is an explanation. Section 133 in the corner, staff replacement. We're anticipating the retirements of 18 teachers this year, and this is exactly what I think the Board of Ed, and one of the best examples I can find is, for them to have a second look at the actual numbers of teachers which are retiring, and they'll have a better guess of that when it comes to May. The last couple years, we've had an average, in my calculation, of 26 teachers over the last 5 years, and we're budgeting for 18. So we're budgeting low on that, and I think we're anticipating a high number on the page 133 with the 7 extra teachers there. So I think there's already a built-in cushion, is basically the way I've analyzed this. And essentially saying the budgeted 18 teacher number and the actual, or the average has been 26. We have a built-in number of 8 extra teachers we're anticipating on the retirement side. And on the page 131, we're budgeting for 7 extra teachers with a low retirement estimate as well. So it looks to me is almost like that's a double contingency in there. And I don't know if there's something we can check on or comment, if Dr. Tuttle wouldn't mind commenting on that.
Dr. Title, could you give us some background on that to see if we understand that correctly?
Sure. First of all, I want to take issue with using the word that we're doing something wrong. So I don't think we're doing anything wrong.
I apologize.
So one of the questions that was asked at the Board of Finance Board of Selectmen meeting was, give me the history of teacher retirements. And so you look at the long history of teacher retirements. I think we gave you data that went back 10 or 12 years. And the average number of teachers' retirements has been around 19. We had one really big year. We probably won't have any better numbers on teacher retirements on May 5th than we have now. We might get a few more. Right now we have 7. People tend to retire late. It has been the case, it's fair to say, that we've had more retirements than budgeted over the last few years. That I will grant you. This past year we budgeted for 14, and we had 22. We goosed it up to 18. Because we thought that was based on the teachers that we know and so forth. We thought that was a fair number. We don't, I just want to be clear, we don't intentionally make that low so that we have a contingency.
Right.
Okay. Now, so I just want to make that point. So the average number, or a typical number, that will vary greatly based on how many years back you go. So it's a statistical thing. If you want to make it look as high as possible, you can take the last 3 years. If you want to make it look as low as possible, take the last 15 years, and we could debate what the right metric is. Nonetheless, that is what it is. And it's always a bone of contention. We always discuss this. We have never done what we are doing here with the elementary teachers, and I think this is just sort of something we've had trouble in the past. This year, for example, we budgeted right to the number, exactly the way it would lay out on the grid, and we ended up 5 teachers short. We looked at the grid for next year. We looked at a reduction of total students at the elementary level of 83 total students, which is on the page 131. Yet the grid was showing a reduction of 12 teachers. That just doesn't square up with basic mental math as we teach it. That typically 83 students reduction might result in 5 or 6 teacher reduction, but it's unlikely to result in 12. So we didn't want to get caught short like we did this year. So we came up with a formula to try to estimate that. And again, you can disagree with the formula. You can say you're being too conservative, and I hear you saying that, and that's a fair argument to have about this. We just didn't want to get caught here. We don't have any other places where, should a teacher be needed, we have a spot for them. So if we have an influx of students at the high school or at the middle school or in a special ed room where we need to hire an extra teacher, there's no place for them. It has to come out of our budget somewhere. And that's happened periodically over the years. So I was trying to be really honest, upfront, and transparent about how we calculated this. I don't think it's out of line given the 83, but I completely understand why it looks the way it looks. So we have 4 classes that are within 1 student are going over and 4 classes within 2. We have 1 class that's close to collapsing, so that's where we ended up with the net 7. That's how we came up with it. That was the rationale for it. And again, you see it as being overly generous, that's certainly your prerogative. I just wanted to give you the background on how we came to that.
No, thank you.
Does that help?
Thank you for that. Yes.
Okay.
What's the math equation on 7 teachers?
Right, so these are elementary teachers, and we budget for them salary and benefits at about $65,000 a teacher. So 65 times 7, 455, in that range, something like that, right? So that's what that's worth. That's my math. 65 times 7? We got it, okay.
Yeah.
$455,000.
Got
So-
the math. The
Yep.
7, how does the 7 relate to, we've got 2 numbers here, 12, 5, and I can subtract them and get 7.
Yeah.
But tell me what the 12 is. Tell
Sure.
me what the if I might.
So-
Go ahead.
And tell me what the 7 is. just so
Sure,
I'm-
no problem.
That much of the math I got, that was 3rd grade. I did pretty well.
Okay, 12 minus 5, right. So what we do is we ask our outside enrollment projection service to give us an estimate for next year. This is not an estimate we do. We don't adjust it at all. We don't play around with it, okay? Which, by the way, we don't play around with it, okay? Because I could very easily take this and add a couple kids in here, and then nobody would know this, okay? So I'm like totally honest about this. Just saying, for future reference. You don't want to set up the wrong incentives for the next superintendent. No, okay, nonetheless. So the numbers come out on the grid, and then we apply our class size. Based on that, it shows that if the numbers come out on the grid exactly the way the projection service tells us they will, we would need 12 fewer elementary teachers next year than this year. That's the 12.
Gotcha.
We have 224 right now. If this math worked out perfectly, we would need 212. That's the minus 12. Then we said, but wait, there's a lot really close to the line. So we have class size maximums, 23 in K-2, 25 in grades 3 and 5. Lots that are close. Let's see how many are close, both ways. And that's where we came up with the 7. A net of 7 are really close to needing a new teacher. Therefore, we subtracted that, and the budget reflects a 5. A 5 decrease.
Okay.
It
thank
could
you.
have reflected a 12 decrease. But we would have been really jeopardizing, the situation, because we have so many classes close to the bubble.
So the math we just did, the 6 times the 7, the 455.
So the 7, so there's quote-unquote 7, I don't know how you want to call it, in reserve just in case, right? In contingency, we don't have it, right, the 7. And the question Chris asked was, what's each one worth, budget-wise?
Gotcha.
In other words, if the Board of Ed said to me, Dr. Tito, you got to reduce your budget, we want to take these 7 out, what would we save if we do it? The answer would be 65 times 7, 455,000.
Okay.
So that's the number I'm giving you.
All right. So instead of a 12-person reduction, you did a 5-person reduction and left 7 in. Is that? I'm missing the pluses. I just want to make sure I'm clear on which numbers are plus and which numbers are minus.
Yep.
Okay. All right. And then, if I might?
Go ahead.
Was there a question lingering there?
Yeah, I've got another question, but I didn't want to cut Chris off.
No, I didn't say anything.
On the retirements,
Yes.
you laid out the trends and everything.
Right.
What's the retired teacher projection in the budget as it stands?
It's 18 times $36,000 per retiree. That's the delta between what a
Yeah.
teacher makes, veteran teacher versus a new hire.
So that 18, but you said that, where's the 26 number come in? Did you say there was a trend at 26?
Chris said the average number of retirees in the last, 3 years has been 26.
Okay, but that includes that 40.
That includes the bubble year.
That was actually a 5-year number I
Yeah.
threw out.
Okay. I mean, depends on you can make the number, again, if you want to look at 5 years, 7 years, 9 years, whatever. I mean, no one can predict retirements.
Right.
Right? And our concern is,
Well,
obviously.
especially when there's a is it a kindergarten teacher at McKinley taught for 55 years?
Yeah, I mean, you can't just look at somebody's age and say, well, they're going to retire next year, because sometimes people work till they're 80. And then sometimes you get surprised the other way. So we actually, this year, for the first time in the budget process, we actually took that number and separated it and put it into a line and added it to that line that Chris was looking at. Used to be we'd bury it in the individual accounts. So it's clear exactly what we budgeted for retirees. And so to the extent that retirees go over that, we save approximately $36,000 per person. To the extent that retirees don't hit that number, we are in the hole that amount.
Okay, I feel like I'm cutting in on your question,
No,
so
go
that's why I
ahead.
keep turning to you to ask it the reverse way. How many times in the last 3 years or 5 years have we had less than 18 retirements?
And I don't have that number in front of me. I think there have been some years where we've been under 18. And I said, if you go back, as long as we kept
Under
the
18
records.
like 17 or 16, or under
Yeah.
18 like 10?
What the 12-year average is 19, so there's some years we're under and some years we're over, and,
Okay.
you know, you just never know.
Well, that's why they create averages.
That's it. So I feel like, you know, and believe me, this is always one of these things where I have this debate with Ann Leffert, the Human Resources Director. I'm going, Ann, tell me the number you're comfortable with. Okay, let's add to that. Let's push. I mean, I'm always pushing to make that, but at the same time, we know there's a risk in doing that, because one of these years, you're going to have like 10. And when we're looking around and saying, oh my gosh, we're 8 short times 36,000, where are we getting that money from? So again, we're trying to be cautious and prudent. At the same time, I completely understand, you're looking at this and saying, maybe you've gone too far.
Well, what I'm trying to get at, again, I don't mean to keep cutting on your,
Yeah.
but what I'm trying to get a handle on is there's kind of two different ways. There's what teachers and what the addition might be, or reduction might be, driven on student enrollment, which is
Right.
one component.
Yes.
And then what the addition or reduction is based on retirees. And as much as they're totally different with totally different drivers and
Right.
and they're kind of the same in terms of looking at what your overall head count is.
Well, the
I'm trying
retirees
to-
don't affect the head count because they get replaced.
Right.
So that's
If-
not
if-
necessarily an
if-
FTE reduction.
Replaced if need be.
Excuse me?
Replaced if need be?
Well, if they're in a position that's still authorized and needed. If we have a third grade teacher at school X retire and we still need that, then the position gets filled. If it's a position slated for elimination, then of course we don't do that. So retirees, what they both are in one pot in the sense that, for example, this year, we were able to cover some of the cost of these additional teachers we needed because we had the extra retirees. So it can help you offset that. If you go over, that gives you a little cushion.
That's what I was trying to get to. I mean, at some point, it's dollars.
It's dollars. It always translates
And
into
it's-
dollars. That's
But it's
correct.
managed by whether people retired and we need that person still, that function, that skill set, that grade level, versus balancing that with new hires that I'm only going to bring in, or you're only going to bring in
Right.
for specific needs that have to be filled.
So for budgeting purposes, we budget a certain number of FTEs and what their costs are going to be. And then on top of that, we say, we know we're going to have retirements. So even if we don't change the FTEs, we know we're going to save some money, and we take that right off the top. So it's dollars, absolutely. And we budget for teacher retirees as a separate real, line item, because they're the ones that have the biggest impact on the budget. We have other retirements, but the pay scales are such that it makes very little impact on the budget when you replace them.
So the 131 version and the math you did earlier, the 455, relate to the dollar amount in excess of just going by the straight model, which...
That's correct.
Well-
455 only relates to the 7
and-
FTE that we're carrying in the budget in the event that we need additional teachers.
And to use your term, that's kind of a contingency of sorts, because you just, until the students show up, you're just not quite sure.
Correct.
But it's really buys...
Which
the
happened to us
dollars you
this
need.
year.
Yep. Which buys you the dollars you need to make that adjustment.
Correct. And actually, it's an FTE count that we have then in the event we need teachers anywhere. It may not just be at the elementary level, but generally our problem has been predicting elementary enrollment has been tricky. All it takes is, kindergarten is particularly tricky. All it takes is we had a situation this year where like 6 or 7 kids moved into the Dwight area, and they just happened to go into the classrooms where it put us over the class size limit, and so we added a teacher there. So that's what it's there for, and I was very upfront about that. I wasn't hiding it, I didn't bury it anywhere in here. Put it out there and said, here's what we're doing, and again,
Now, Chris, what was your point on the retirees in terms of,
So
there were some different numbers there in terms of averages and totals? And
Right. So my point, I guess, was when I was trying to square this in my head here, one, we haven't done this matrix before. We're adding the new teachers based upon class size. So that's new to me, right? And that's new to this budget book. The second thing is the retirees were lower. So I'm basically saying to myself, every time we have an extra retirement teacher number 19, retirement teacher number 20, those 2 extra teachers, in case, would go ahead and fill this number, which
that's correct.
is the cautionary number here. So if Dr. Title, if we were to get 3 more retirees with the average being 26, and we were to need 3 more teachers on that, the retirees are there to back up this number on that. And again, like, I'm looking at it from the standpoint is there's $450,000 in a $161 million budget with just, it appears to be a double contingency, the way it's laid out with the averages. And one of the other things I look at is we hold the other town departments to 3-year average. Here's a great opportunity for us to do something similar on that. And I would say that number 18 for the retirees is probably going to be there, if not higher, based upon the healthcare change this year. And again, this is a brand new page and a new way of doing it, but it added $455,000 to the budget, which I would love for the Board of Ed to take a look at with more accurate student enrollment numbers when we get closer.
Yes, the challenge is if we make an adjustment here, they get to look at it and figure out
Yes.
how to do that. But is there do you have any other questions or any further discussion on this item?
I had some other issues in the book too, which I can address. That was one of the ones which jumped in there.
Why don't you take care of those at the same time and we can...
Okay. On page 55 of the book, one of the issues I have with this page is there's an actual number and a budgeted number. And then we create this year's budget off of last year's budgeted number, not last year's actual number. And I went through Dr. Title, I guess, and he answered the questions on that. It's one of those things which, you look at the delta between the budgeted number and the proposed number for this year, and then you look at the estimated expenditure. So if you look at 15-16 right now, the bottom number at the bottom, we're estimating expending $68,603. Or $68,603. The $71 million number next to that is built off of the budgeted number, not the actual estimated expenditure. And if you go through and you look at the way the budget's been laid out. Now, I don't know if that's the way it's always been or if that's essentially new budgeting, but this is what the example I'm talking about when I want the Board of Ed, the elected Board of Ed, to take a firm look at the actual numbers closer towards the end of the day, because there's, clearly a big number there which can be talked about of where we are actually at and where we're going on that. But, based upon that, it's just one of the examples I'd like the Board of Ed to look at. I don't have an estimated breakout number, but when I go ahead and I ask, is there a cushion for something like that $455,000? I think there is on page 55, if they want to look further, deeper.
So your question is it's really looking at the difference between the estimated expenditure and
I think it's building the budget off of the budgeted number, not the actual number. And I heard Dr. Title explain it at the meeting, and I don't have any recommendation on this today. I have this as an example of something I want, I would like the Board of Ed to have an opportunity to look at again.
All right, well, I guess I've got two. One, I'd like Dr. Tuttle to have a chance to address that, but second, just, hey, guys, I really can't have two conversations going on at the same time. My concern is with the Board of Ed, if we take no action, they can take a look at it, and certainly going into next year, they can take a look at it. If we take action, they're kind of confined to whatever action we take. So
Right, and that's one of the reasons why I don't have a number tied to this page.
Okay.
I have what I'd like to call a serious highlight to this page.
Okay.
And at the end of the day, if we have a total number of a recommended number coming out of this body, I think there's different buckets in this book they can look to pull that number from without harming the students. And I think there's room, based upon the numbers we're talking about right now, to do that, so.
Dr. Tyler, if I were to try and phrase a question out of that, I think that the question is what's the difference, and does that create flexibility in the budget?
The short answer is, there's no contingency built into any of these lines that add up to the numbers on page 55. There's no cushion in there, there's no hidden contingency. That is based on taking people that we expect to be in those jobs and advancing them on the salary schedule, and what will they get paid next year. It's kind of a complicated thing why it's a lower number. I think Doreen actually put together a page that we sent out to everybody as part of the big packet that tried to explain what things were in there and what things weren't in there. So for example, if a teacher right now is out on an unpaid leave of absence, so let's suppose that that's us for a teacher who's out for a full year on a leave of absence or half a year, they're not going to be in that estimated expenditure. But when they come back next year and they occupy that spot, they are going to be in there. And the costs of the substitute are off in a different account. So that's just one example of why the proposed number isn't going to line up with the estimated expenditure perfectly. But it's more complicated than that because there's other nuances to it. So I just want to make the point, there's no cushion in here. We didn't build a cushion in there. We didn't say, oh, well, we need an extra 100,000. Let's take this teacher line and just goose it up 100,000. This is purely done right off. I just want to say that much about it. And it's just something, this is how this budget has been done for a number of years. So this is not a change. You asked about, has this always been done this way? We've always budgeted it this way in these columns. So it is what it is. There's nothing to take here.
Can I paraphrase what I heard you say? So if I look at the proposed 16-17 column, and I look at the dollars in that, that's not based on an increase over the prior year, that's not based on a percentage increase in salaries going up, that's not based on that. It's based on from the ground up effort. We need 100 teachers, here's who they are, here's what it's going to cost, irrespective of whatever the numbers were for prior years. Did I understand that correctly?
It's correct. It's done bottom up. So somebody may be getting a degree change, and that adds to the figure, and it's not in here. So you're going to see some wiggle room in here.
What is, if you could clarify that, since I just...
Well, in other words, well, you're going to see things where the estimated expenditure doesn't line up necessarily with the budgeted expenditure and doesn't line up perfectly with the proposed expenditure. It moves around there based on who's in there, who's expected to be in there. Because we're cutting positions, we're needing to move people out of jobs and into other jobs. We may be taking somebody from a job and putting them into a vacancy, and that causes a change there. At the end of the day, if you look at the overall expense, I think sort of the big view of this, if we go to the executive summary, because really it's the big picture here of what we're told, total expenses. Let's get to the right page here. when you look at, on page 33, which is teaching staff and certified support staff, those two, we don't have there's not much of a big FTE change going on there. And when you look at the budgeted number for this year, and then look at what the overall increase is going to be for next year, that is right, almost exactly, I'm not doing the math for you, almost exactly 3%. That's exactly what the teacher contract increase was. So that's what you expect. You'd expect those lines in the aggregate to go up about 3%. There's one FTE extra in there, net of everything. So I just want to say there's no extra hidden anywhere. We have other accounts down here, part-time employment, wage benefit reserve, staff replacement, degree changes that are not up there. And that's a lot of what it is. So I don't want people to think that there is some cushion built in.
I want to clarify that. I'm
Okay.
not saying I think there's an extra cushion
Okay.
there. What I'm saying is the man on the street who looks at the actual expenditures versus the actual
Right.
budget, and I tell the man on the street, like, listen, that doesn't count for this type of book. But I think that's a great example where it gives the opportunity to the Board of Ed to rework those numbers one last time, or at some point. And again, I'm not recommending any budgetary cut on that page. I'm recommending that be highlighted to be thoroughly examined by the Board of Ed, the elected Board of Ed, moving forward on that. So, and, I don't know if there's wiggle room in there, but there may be based upon this year's expenses and the actuals moving forward, so.
Okay.
That's mine.
Any further comments or discussion?
No, I mean, I just would, I can see how difficult Dr. Title and the Board of, their job is to come up with these numbers, and, I really do appreciate all the efforts that they put in to try to make them as exact as you can, make an estimate, so I appreciate that, and that's it.
Okay. Any motions or amendments?
I would like to make a motion to reduce the operations side by $55,000. And if we're going to come back to the healthcare number next.
Well, let's,
yeah.
let's take this amendment,
Okay.
vote on it, see what happens, then take up the next item, which would probably be healthcare,
Okay.
at that point.
All right, so I'll make a motion to reduce it by $455,000.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
And then, you've talked through that a bit. Let me just restate that to see if I understand. If
Yes.
that's, so that's basically going to, we spent a bit of time talking through the other budgets, but it's really going to page 131 and saying that it looks like there are 7 teacher heads left here in anticipation of increase in students that are either 1 student below the class size or 2 students below the class size threshold that may cause increases. And then that was reduced by 1 student who's above the class size threshold that I guess is estimated to be solved some other way. Those 2 come up to 7 teachers that are in the budget that are not currently assigned, that have nothing to do with retirees. So that, as you pointed out, any additional retirees would not necessarily count against that number. And because that has to be reduced to dollars, you're proposing that an amendment to the budget for $455,000. Did I
Yes.
get that correct?
Yes.
All right. Do you have any comments or questions on that?
No, I just, listening to everything, I think that the $455,000, based on Dr. Title's comments earlier, a couple hours ago, when we were talking about a bigger number, felt that that could be figured out in some way, and I'm not going to leave it to the Board of Ed to figure out what's the best way to not impact the children, but I think that's reasonable, and giving all the budget concerns that we've been expressing all afternoon, I think it would be the prudent thing to do.
If I can paraphrase that, just to make sure that and it's, as you pointed out, it's been a long afternoon, I just want to make sure we're keeping up.
Yep.
Initially, you were proposing something along the lines of $630,000.
That's correct.
Based on Mr. Timniak's rationale, you're comfortable with the 455 number instead of that. The $630,000 number was something that Dr. Teitel had said was he believed they could handle
Right.
within the adjustments, so this is less than that.
Yes.
Did I catch all of that correctly?
Got it
I
all.
think so.
Okay. Anything further to discuss on this amendment?
No.
No.
All right, are we ready to vote on this amendment?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And I will support that, given the explanations here and what we've stepped through. All right, moving on to further comments on the Board of Ed budget. I think Mr. Timniak, you wanted to suggest we get back to the health
Yes.
care reserve in the internal service fund.
Right. And
So would you like to kick off discussion on that?
I will. This number, to me, is something which is sort of outside of my comfort zone, and I'm listening to our financial officer of the town, I'm listening to Dr. Teitel, and they have two competing sides, and you know, took almost an hour of discussion trying to figure out what the right balance was between what the number is we're not going to go ahead and charge or tax the residents, and I think right now leaving a cushion in there, a small cushion for Dr. Teitel of reducing that number to $800,000 off the $1 million we already recommended is something we can do today.
Okay, so is that a motion to amend for $800,000?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I would just say that I think, you know, I feel comfortable with that, with the explanation, and I think that, you know, that we need to, if we can take this money off the table for the taxpayer this year, I think that's a good thing, and I don't think it shouldn't put anybody in a disadvantage next year, because I think the budget should reflect what you need, and if you need that for the healthcare, then that's going to be the number that would have to be in the budget. So.
If I might comment for a bit, I think that the healthcare reserve is one of the things that very definitely doesn't impact the students, teachers, or the curriculum. I think that the point that we spent a lot of time talking about is what does it do in terms of the year-to-year change in the budget. I think that while our projections are that we won't spend $1 million, I would point out that we have 100,000, the $1 million number that came up is in addition to the $1.2 million that was initially in there. We took $730,000 of that out. There's, when you count the $250,000 to address the governor's cut to special ed that was kind of moved to the Board of Ed budget, when you count the $150,000 for potential fees on the transfer to the Partnership 2.0 program, that still left $100,000 in there. By adjusting this, that leaves $300,000 that are still in the healthcare reserve and not tagged to be spent, over and above the claims run-out projections. It's certainly difficult for this board, since I'll speak for myself, since I'm not a health insurance expert, to sit here and make projections about claims run-outs, and I think we do, to that degree, need to rely on the experts that do that. I think that we're, and again, based on the conversations we had with Dr. Teitel earlier, I think we all came to an agreement on what the numbers were and where they were, and I think the issue really came down to his request to balance year-to-year increases, and I think that's a chance between balancing year-to-year increases by when do you tax the people for that. And I think the closer you can get to taxing them in the year that those costs are incurred, as you pointed out, is a good move. I think as you start to build up tax people in advance, that's a slippery slope to get onto, and I think that's where we want to be cautious. So I think this, to me, strikes a certain balance between not taking the full million in the second cut, as much as I didn't put forward in my initial recommendation to take the full 1.2 million. And I think that between these two, instead of what we've talked about earlier, as much as 1.6 million, that gets us back to just over 1.2 million
255.
in total. So that would be the net adjustment. We've already made one amendment. The motion before us is to make a second amendment for 800,000, a reduction of $800,000. So, do you have any more comments or questions?
Nope.
All right, ready to vote?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Thank you. Then I think, Linda, I think that covers the town and Board of Ed side. Do you have a total of expenses? We have a total more. Oh, we have, oh, you do, I'm sorry, I thought we were, got to those before, my apologies.
Nope.
Go ahead.
Couple more. Couple more reductions. I'd like to make a reduction, a motion to reduce line item 1290, the miscellaneous contingency account. This number hasn't been spent down. The motion is to reduce it $10,000. The actuals on this number versus what we have in the book are low. The first selectman's budget has it at $45,000. The new proposed budget will move that to $35,000. And I'm comfortable making that reduction. Miscellaneous contingency, $10,000.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. If I might, since that, a lot of what's gone through there runs through our CFO, Bob Mayer, because it's my understanding it's been used for everything from expert witnesses to additional set. Mr. Mayor, could you come up and talk about what you see and what you think is a reasonable reserve in that number? Because in essence, another contingency account.
Right.
It's a specific contingency account, but it is an extra contingency account, so it's flying with both wings. The three main items that come out of that account are legal fees, expert witnesses, which are separated from the attorney fees in the legal budget. Second item that comes out of account is when we have, we don't budget for recruitment in HR. It comes out of here. And like the assessment team, when we hired the fire chief and the deputy fire chief, the assessment team, revenue, expenses, and fees came out of there. We have some IT search fees coming out of there this year. And then the third item is like light cleanup and stuff like that. Selectman Timiak is correct. It hasn't. We do our best actually to try to put everything in other slots, so we kind of keep it down intentionally because we like to keep people accountable, not just slop the money away. So I mean, it's hard to, but based upon utilization, it's hard to argue against a 10% cut, a $10,000 cut.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion at the board?
No.
Are we ready to vote?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye. Another one. Legal services, number 1270, line item 53,200, fees and professional services. The first selectman's budget had an increase in there to take into account the appeals process in there. I'd like to make a reduction of $50,000 by lowering that line. I think when we spoke to the attorneys at the Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance meetings, we came to a calculation we redid that calculation, and we seem to be anywhere between $50,000 and $70,000 higher than what we had put in there for an increase in the budget this year. So I would like to go ahead and remove that, I don't want to call it a redundancy, but inflated number based upon the appeals and stuff which came through.
If I might suggest, based on better information at a later date that has come through. I don't think it was the town attorney's intention to inflate that number at all.
I agree. I misspoke. Okay.
Is there a second?
So, did you say you want to wait for better information?
No.
No, I said
Second.
that I was just searching for better
Oh,
words
okay.
than were in the motion.
Okay. So,
Do you want to second that motion?
yes, I will second it.
Okay. Any further comments or discussion?
No.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And one more.
I had one more,
Good.
actually. So I would like to make a motion to reduce the Department 7010 Library, line 56-180, which is the library materials budget, by $12,000. No way a reflection on my feelings about the library, which I think they do a fantastic job. I spent some time over there and had a nice tour recently. But again, for all of the reasons, I'm not going to list out separately again, but just due to all the budget constraints that we have this year, I'm just going to ask the library to please hold flat on their funding in that particular line item this year. Still going to allow for continued purchase, it gives us still a $50,000 budget per year, or per month, rather, for new and refreshed library materials. So I would be asking them to hold the line on that item this year.
Yeah.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right. Any further comments or discussion?
No.
Yeah, I do have a couple comments on this one. The library's been, if you go back and look at the last 5 years, significantly underfunded on materials. That line item specifically has been, I will use the word targeted, but specifically adjusted in the past. It's only recently we were able to get that back up to level. So I know that over those years, the library line was underfunded and undersupported, and it's only been back at this level for 1 year. So we have a ways to go before restoring, if you will, the deferred maintenance in this area. So I would ask that you reconsider that.
Okay. I'm comfortable with a level of $600,000 for this line. We did get it up to $600,000 last year. I'd like to see that sort of stationary for at least this year. We can look at things. Essentially, the material line as presented was to refresh and keep the materials updated in the thing. A $12,000 increase would up it $1,000 a month as far as the materials which they're injecting into the library, which are new. I think this would be a year which we could turn around and say, flat, and we're comfortable at $600,000 to refresh the library moving forward. We're talking about a $12,000 adjustment on this. So I'm comfortable leaving the number at $600,000 for library equipment. It's higher than it has, like you said, in years past. Let's give them time to catch up with the $600,000 before we we'll continue to trend higher above that number.
Yeah, I guess that the library itself, in their books and supplies line, buys for both the main library, the Fairfield Woods Branch Library, as well as Pequot Library, because a lot of the materials we buy are shared and used by those members of the Pequot Library system. So it's really a larger purchase in that. Second, we've just recently gotten back in the range of prior years, so that they have been, as I said, significantly underfunded for a number of years. I have difficulty supporting a reduction in that line item going forward. and looking at some of the rather significant adjustments we made today, I would think that we could reconsider a $12,000 cut in the library. At least I hope we would consider that, but... But that is up to the mover.
I guess it goes,
Yeah.
I guess it goes both ways, you know, like, we're talking about $12,000,
Yeah.
but I do think that it adds up, and talking about looking at the whole town overall, you know, and asking for give and take and from the different departments. And I did notice, you know, I wasn't here 5 years ago, but I did notice that it had been down, but we've been trending back up, and certainly not looking to reduce it, but I think holding steady this year, again, we had a lot of unusual circumstances, isn't really asking them to you know, fall behind or do anything else. I think that, you know, $50,000 a month for this is a fair amount. And, you know, if we keep looking, again, going forward, talking about going in the budget from here on, looking at next year, I think we need to really start figuring out how do we reduce other, like the bigger expenses, so that we can put money into the materials and the other things that really make a difference to people.
That's
Yeah,
been-
well, the library, I'm thinking even the library was one of the ones that had the time and a half for hours on Sunday. I mean, nobody gets time and a half to work on Sundays, so that's something that they need to work on going forward, just to become more in touch with the way the workforce is these days.
That's not a function of the library, that's a function of the THEA contract.
Right, which I
And-
mentioned earlier.
And many contracts, time and a half at specific times is part of the contract. So again, what you're working at there, and we can talk about that at a
Right.
later time.
Again, it is something
in
to
terms of
be-
constraints.
those are just things we
But
need to-
that is not something the library controls.
I understand, but it's part of the overall library budget, so in a way, we have to look at the big picture, and that's probably where we come in to work with the library and whatever other departments to move things in a different, you know, move them to a more sustainable path.
All right, any further discussion?
And I'm looking at the budget, giving this a second look, as you recommended, and it looks like last year we gave them an $80,000 increase to get them up to $600,000, which we put in the budget last year. So, and that's where I'm coming from, like, I'm happy with that big jump, and I'd like to see it plateau at $600,000 so we can reassess moving forward.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just under the heading of correctly interpreting those numbers, that was restoring the level, so we were actually missing 80 grand a year for a number of years prior to that. So you're in essence looking at making up a several $100,000 cut there over the prior years. So 1 year does not make that all come back.
What's our, well, that was not the time, but the plan, or where's the level funding we're going to be headed with this? Is there, like I did with the paving earlier, is there a cap on that number?
There's not a specific number at this point,
Okay.
and the way it's been cut, that's been kind of hard to get to since it's been so far below that. I think last year we finally restored it to the 2008 level. So that is a lot of years in between.
I didn't bring that with me.
We're okay.
All right. Any further discussion? Are we ready to vote? All in favor?
All
Aye.
right.
All right. Opposed? All right. Next item.
That's all the budget adjustments I have tonight. I did want to have a conversation, part of the budget, about the fees we're now charging residents in town. And I know that it's a catch-22 because it's adding the revenue, which, you know, we talked about earlier, what we want.
Yeah, that's really a discussion for the Parks and Rec Board. They're the guys that control that.
Oh, I want to throw in conservation fees in there, permit fees. I want to have a general dialogue of fees at some point and what we're passing on to the residents, trying to keep us afloat.
Yeah.
And I think generally speaking, I think the fees are getting out of line. And I think moving after this year's budget passes, we need to analyze that And I'd like to spend some of the summertime months doing a full analysis of where our fees are at and what we're asking our residents to pay for simple services, which, many towns rely on and give out. And here, we are having situations where we have permit fees in excess of $800 for individual private homeowners. We're now charging $25 for softball, $200 to rack a kayak.
I think that to kind of get this back to the budget,
Yeah.
if I could offer this suggestion.
Sure.
I know the Conservation Commission has already had that tagged as a proper back-end look. We've had that tagged for a while since our new director came on board, but I know they gave him time to get his arms around his current responsibilities, get out and see that. But one of the great things about Brian is he brings in that multi-town experience. I think that if we're going to take a look at that to be effective, we also need to get the Board of Finance involved, because you're talking in 180 degrees difference to what the Board of Finance has been saying for the
Right.
last several years in terms, and you heard the conversations at the table, which is, we need to charge more for this. When you look at all of the conversations about Penfield, it was, we need to bring in more rental fees and higher fees here. So I think that to the extent it probably is not effective for just us as a Board of Selectmen to look at that, but we've got to get the other boards to buy into that also, or we're giving mixed messages to our department managers.
Yeah, I'm happy, and that's why I wanted to take this moment while we're discussing the budget to outline something I think we really should look at as the town, and I look forward to putting out recommendations, and maybe that's something the Strategic Plan Committee we're putting together looks at as well.
I would not expect them to get that granular in doing
Okay.
that, and we've got a Parks and Rec Commission, we've got specific commissions that control those. So, but in order to have that conversation be effective, if we're not giving them a consistent message back from the elected officials, that is not going to help move anything in the right direction.
Okay.
So let's come back to that at the appropriate time. Anything else
Just one other...
before we get into WPCA?
Yeah, just one other thing I had meant to say when I was talking about the library. Was I thought we were going to be going through all those line items that we had here yesterday, separating it out into the branch library and the main library. And I just wanted to say that I think that makes sense from a management point of view, but I fully support the branch library.
Okay.
Yeah, just
Okay.
feel strongly about that.
We have, Linda, do you have, WPCA is in essence a separate budget, and it's not in the general fund, it's in essence, doesn't drive our tax rate or our mill rate?
Page 323 of the Green Book.
No, Linda, let me finish the question first, please. Do you have the total expenses and total revenues in the budget as it's been amended before us, so we can vote on that?
You have to amend the health insurance for water pollution control, yet you have not done that one piece.
We have to do that before?
I can give you the water pollution control budget as proposed by the first selectman, but you haven't made any changes yet.
Okay, so we have to go, why do we have to go
You
through
don't vote
that?
on the two separately,
Because we're adjusting the health insurance within water pollution control facility. And you haven't done it because you opted to separate that out.
I'm sorry, what aren't we doing? Why do we have to adjust that now?
Who wants to vote on the town budget?
Yeah, I got the town budget ready if you want to vote on the general fund budget.
Right.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to see the revenues and expenses,
Absolutely.
specifically the item, let's go back to the agenda. We moved this item for discussion, we have it come back before us for voting, and we need to, I'd like to include, if it's okay with my colleagues, the total expense number and total revenue number in case anybody wants to track back to what we agreed to here.
Yep.
So Linda, can you give us the total expenses
Yes, I can.
and total revenues, which hopefully agree?
Total?
Yeah.
Town and Board of Ed budget as recommended now by the Board of Selectmen is $293,090,651.
Okay. And I assume the revenues match that number, I would hope?
Well, I'm going to give you the non-tax revenue, which you've increased by approximately $124,000. That non-tax revenue piece is $23,179,551. I'm sorry, it's up by $194,000. You increased it.
Okay.
is,
All right.
what else did you need, Mike? I think that's all I
I'm
can,
thinking that should do it.
that should do it.
That covers everything in the
In-
book, and the plug factors, balancing factors, the mill rate that the Board of Finance sets
Right.
in May after both their review and vote and the RTM review and vote. So then the motion before this board is to approve the fiscal year 2016-2017 budget, including all departments and the Board of Education, with expenses totaling $293,090,651 and non-tax revenues of $23,179,551. May I have a motion? I'm making that motion. May I have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, any further discussion on the motion before us as amended? We're ready to vote?
Yep.
All in favor? Aye. All right, then next up is the review, is the WPCA. That is on, Linda, what page is that in our book?
323 of the green book.
Has its own tab. All right, the WPCA item is before us for discussion. We have one item on health insurance. If we assume this is going forward with the existing plan, that would be an increase of $128,497. And I'll make a motion that we add that to the health insurance line in the WPCA budget. May I have a
Second. Second that.
Any further discussion on that amendment?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Any other discussion or amendments to the WPCA budget?
No.
Mr. Timiak, I know you sit on that board.
Yes. I have no further discussion.
Are we ready to vote on the budget as amended?
Yes.
All right. May I have a motion to vote on the WPCA budget as amended?
I'll make a motion.
A second?
Second.
All right. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. I think that finishes the book. We have postponed the registrar's salary discussion to a date certain. Next up is a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion?
A second?
I'll second that.
All in favor? Aye. Done. Mr. Timiak?